In this case, running for President of the United States, look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on health care at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP? Yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Pick up your phones. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330. 30330 or 303330. Or VOO. Wait. You got it. It's on the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where you've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. Well, President Trump and the demagogues around the world. Donald Trump is re-elected. Some people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists.
This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law. But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school.
Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
If we just were to reinstitute the cafe standards.
And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Barack and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea.
Right.
He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault.
I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say to you, "Take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." So have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or biooriented. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad folks. But guess what? I found that the Secretary, we sat together in many meetings.
There's things that are worth dealing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options. The public option will be available on my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable.
Not the end in themselves. Mischaracterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? $1,640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he did today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but the example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening. We have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, they should. Anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. Well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's a invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as the second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. They also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class house, having heard, the estimates are, as many as 4 million more words spoken. The next thing we got to do here along the line to report people's dignity, restore it. The most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole. Which we as a...
Oh shit. I'll start now. Denims, thank you for the raid. Fuck. Thank you. We got a raid by Jeans. Follow them. Oh wait, why did I raid it? I'm an idiot. Shout out. What am I doing? Thank you so much. How's everyone doing? We're back. Once again, we are back. Not a raid. I'll give you VIP.
All cops are bad cops.
Deep Dish, thank you. Hold on. There's a couple things. There's a couple updates I have. I'm not a bread tuber.
All
I'm not a
cops
bread
are
tier.
bad
Shimblarpus,
cops.
thank you for the tier 2 at 19 months. Shimblarpus, thank you for the tier 2. A couple things have happened. I think Existential Comics is going to join us today. And play some like live action game of chess. They were talking about wanting to pop in. So that would be cool. Shout out to them. They do
All
very
cops
cool
are bad cops.
philosophy related comic stuff. Oh shit, is a hype train. Pilfer Blimley, thank you for the year. And Ian Buttersley, I think. Thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Do not come.
Alright, it's
Do
the
not
hype
come.
train. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay. Sorry, I was getting water. Thank you again, Denims, for the raid. Follow them. We got lots of cool emotes. Great way to start off the stream. Miss Europa, thank you for the 5 months. I don't know what's going on either. I never do. Juice for Jesus, thank you for the 1,000 bits. We love to see it. Do not forget to feed and water your Liv. That's so true. That's so important. Boneworm, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think I missed anyone. IMCZ, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Yes, as a reminder, I made a YouTube video about ContraPoints and her new video and my disagreements with it and my own views and readings of Nietzsche, because Nietzsche is sort of is a part of my philosophical specialization or whatever. So I have a lot of opinions on him. Maximum Bear, thank you for the prime. And Olingus, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Let's go, dude. Great way to start off the stream. We love to see it.
Do not come.
And Nerdy, thank you for the thank you for the gift sub. Sorry, I'm bad at reading. Thank you. I was just reading Nozick, so I'm in a never do important things right after reading Nozick because you're in a bad mood. Unknown Merc, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Do not
You
come.
convinced me to quit your job?
I'm gonna come.
From the video? Well, that's good, I guess. If you were putting it off, if it was a shitty job, I'm glad you quit. Oh no? Oh, it's a good job. Wait, why are you quitting then? And yes, again, we got lots of cool emotes.
All cops are bad cops.
Did I type it? Howling Hog, thank you for the 6 months. Yes, Julian got banned. What did Julian get banned for a week? Also, follow Petit Bellevue. Who's singing this wonderful song within in Shiak? There, anything of the 100 bits? Oh, did Julian showed PP? Oh, hate to see it. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. 1980. This is just like that fucking book, dude. This is just like that fucking book. What are other things? The guitar solo. Please follow. Let me show up Petit Bellevue as well. Cause the guy who made this does stream on Twitch and he rocks. Watching some sexual kung fu guy? Oh yeah. Is it PP Minefield? I'm sure it was. Yeah, that makes I see why it happened, even though I do think it is still terrible. Another cool thing I can just do with the hype train.
Bad cops.
Physics Anima, thank you for the 14 months. Cuck Philosophy or CCK Jonas. We were watching his very excellent video on Nietzsche and Berserk last stream. I got a review copy for his book, so I'll be reading it. I'm very excited for that. And maybe I'll do some sort of review on my podcast or slash YouTube channel. It's called How to Do Philosophy with the Hammer and Sickle, I believe. Let me link it. So it's Marx and Nietzsche basically. And Marx Nietzsche synthesis, which is just right up my fucking alley. He sent me a review copy, yes. So you should pre-order it. So I just got that today, so I'm very excited. I'm very excited to read it. His Marx Nietzsche stuff is right up my alley. So that's good. What other stuff? I'm going on a CBC podcast on the 3rd to talk about QAnon as well. So that's cool, I guess. The CBC, the Communist Broadcasting Company. That's obviously what that stands for. I've never said anything bad about that company. That's cool. We'll see how that goes. Cause it's for like QAA, cause I'm like the Canadian QAA person, so they're like, would Liv like to come on? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it. Does anyone listen to Front Burner? I think that's what it's called. Does anyone listen to Front Burner? The Front Burner podcast? I think we're just discussing QAnon and anti-vax. It's like it's absolutely a Liv podcast. But I'm excited to do it, I guess. It'll be fun. Is that like Red Scare? Yeah, I think so. I think it's pretty much the CBC Canadian Broadcast Company politics podcast is about the same politics as Red Scare stuff. The same vocal file that. Thank you everybody for the hype train. Thank you Denims for the raid. A great way to start off the stream. We love to see it, folks. Is there anything else? Is there any other? I'm sure I'm forgetting stuff. I think I have some other updates. But we could get into politics stuff, real politics hours. We're raising the productive forces right now. Thank you everybody. Turning quantity into quality. Getting it done. Oh, and then we have to watch Hassan watched my fucking what's it called? He watched my application for Ziad the Activist company. That was a couple days ago, and just because that is content, I will react to him reacting to me. I think I had the link somewhere. It was very funny. Shout out to Hassan. He did watch it ages ago, but it came up. I was just like in his chat. And Ziad came up and he was like, well, I'll just show you. Here you go. Here's the link. I had this ready because I showed. Okay. When was this? 3 days ago? Here's the chat.
You have reported 20 million in revenue last year. Wait, Liv?
So I watch things on 1.5 speed on Twitch. My bad.
Didn't you literally apply to this and like got a job? As a fucking meme, and then like, oh, you coward, you should have worked there.
I really do genuinely. I should have, if I took that job, I would be chilling in Hawaii right now, sipping margaritas with Ziad. That was really a mistake. I should have taken it.
Exposed, by the way. I didn't actually accept the job. Yeah, because you're a fucking coward. That's why. Yeah, because some of these brave truths were far too real for you to comprehend. That's right. You cannot even think of
I fumbled the bag, dude.
That is writing Black Lives Matter 100 times to be able to get into Stanford. As my father, the CEO of Citibank, purchased a new wing for the library. Liv Agar, formerly Liv Posting. Yes. I was going to accept an offer to work there, but instead I have a full-time job notifying Islam chat about the requirement of connection.
Wait, no,
If you don't want to do any of those, you can use a fucking ad block or a VPN.
Here we go. This is it. It's so...
Here's my application video if you want to watch. Yes, fuck yeah, I do want to watch it.
To answer your first question, my favorite influencer right now is Hassan Piker. Firstly, because of the perspective he brings as a result of the lived experience he has being a Muslim person of color. He shows principle because despite having like a lot of differences with Joe Biden, he still demonstrates the ability to disrupt spaces and amplify the voices of those with the lived experience of marginalization by keeping Trump out of office. He also emphasizes that we can have our cake and eat it too. With the enrichment of an intersectional analysis of civility and bipartisanship, as well as unity and justice. Through his upping...
I can't believe this got you in.
It's so
like,
cool.
I just...
It's
the
so
fuck
cool.
is wrong with them?
I'll have to find the email to show you guys, like, as proof. I can't remember what email I used.
Incoming political Twitch stream, he shifts paradigms in new media. As an experienced journalist from the Young Turks, he brings his media skills to the Twitch platform to disrupt and agitate the status quo and create new narratives on the platform. To your second question, when I think...
By the way, when I mentioned that I'm going on that, this is a different video. That's the exclamation mark video is the YouTube video I just made about ContraPoints to Nietzsche, which you should go watch. This is how I'm going to talk on that CBC podcast, by the way, that I'm going on.
Think of the necessary adjustments that an organizational activist platform like Juve must make to generate a multitude of diverse voices, adjusted spaces for marginalized...
What the fuck is a multitude of diverse... Oh, you meant diverse voices.
...lived experiences and authenticity and equality in the cooperative workplace. I think of hiring platforms. I think that so cool. To improve Juve's mission... I think that those with the lived experience that exist outside of the bounds of a cisnormative and heteronormative paradigms deserve amplifying. And I'd also like to say, to finish this video, with my favorite quote by George Wilhelm Fred Hegel, which influences all of my activist work, and if Juve hires me, will influence my work there, which is to say, quote, "Genuine tragedies in the world are not conflicts between right and wrong. They are conflicts of two rights." Thank you.
Banger. Banger. Yeah, it's funny. It's good. That CBC voice engaged. They don't call me Lib Posting for nothing. No, okay. Anyways. So fucking true. Oh, I think, hold on. I did tweet, I'm not on Twitter. Yes, that's true. Oh, cool. I guess we will have Existential Comics on. I believe they are, let me see. That's a cool way to start the stream, I think. Steven Pinker and Alan Dershowitz co-taught a class at Harvard called Morality and Taboo. That's remarkable. To be a fly on the wall in that class. How the fuck do I work Skype? Is this? Sorry, for now, until I get this working, we can watch a YouTube video. And then, because I know everyone on Twitch has a 5-second attention span. We can watch. Not even a show is taking a break or that it's between seasons, but they have a best of. We can watch a bit of this. How do I?
What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, my name is Desperate Dan. I'm in Homestead, Florida.
Hey, Desperate Dan. Can I just call you Dan?
Well, Hell, hey, yeah, you could just call me that, but it would be inappropriate because it's important. It is part of me is I'm very desperate because we're basically in a situation here where I'm doing the cold open. I'm one of Murky's.
Mike, wait, let's watch this first. What happened? Got owned? Who owned Mike? Did you like this before?
Let's look at this answer from Olaf Scholz today to the British. All right, hold on. We're
Oh fuck. Owned.
let's look at this answer from Olaf.
I would end my stream if that happened to me. I would end my stream.
Minions, and there's been too many cold open hits in a row. Everyone says let's start the show, and it works out so well, and now we're stuck in a loop and we can't fail, and now it's not even fun anymore. So I beg you, please don't say let's start the show. Please just hang up the phone on me and don't say let's start the show, and let's end this madness, please.
And what madness are we speaking of?
The madness that's happening right now, we're in a cold open hit loop where we've done it. It's been 8 months in a row.
Okay, wait, the thing is, I'm trying to work this out. I'm so bad at Skype. Because it's a boomer it's a boomer method of communication. Existential Comics wanted to play this thing, Kung Fu Chess, which is just live action chess, which is very cool. So I'm definitely down.
Bro, we haven't failed once, and it's lost its luster. We need a failure. We need somebody to hang up abruptly and say, no, I'm not saying it. So that's going to be you today. Please hang up on Desperate Dan. Please hang up on me. I beg you. Please don't say let's start the show. Please.
Desperate Dan, you sound like you're coming from a certain place, brother. Explain that place where you're coming from.
Oh, please, I beg you to just hang up. I beg you to hang up on me. Please hang up on me. Why will no one hang up? Don't say let's start the show. Please hang up.
When you say the show, explain to me what you mean by the show.
Well, it's not even a show, but it's a show now. That part's more confusing than the other stuff. All I'm asking you to do is just hang the phone up on me.
Desperate Dan, I think you have something to say and that a lot of people need to hear. And so for me to hang up on you,
I
think
already said it. I literally said what I wanted to say.
The context of this, the cold open for this prank call show is that you just ask a random person to say, "Let's start the show," but they've succeeded so many times
You, please
that he's
hang up.
trying to fail.
I'm stuck in a cold open loop, and the viewers hate it. They don't love it anymore. Please hang up. I can't hang up. You understand? It's in the contract. I'm not allowed to hang up, but I need you to. What can I say? Can I say a swear word? Will that make you hang up?
No, I don't think it's going to ever come to that.
Can you just say let's start the show then? Can you just say let's start the show if you're not going to hang up?
There must be some significance to that, so I will respect your honors. Let's start the show, sir.
Suffering from success.
Oh my goodness! Another cold open hit. Okay, bye.
Okay, is that all you wanted to say?
Wow, wow, wow.
Forget everything that you think you know, 'cause NEAS is now a show. We got the pranks, yeah, we got the pranks, yeah, no need for angst, yeah, we got the pranks, yeah, we got the pranks, yeah, we got the pranks, yeah, no need for thanks, yeah, we got the pranks, yeah, first time the prank stars trolling on the phone, calling shitty people, leaving if they're out of home, clear out your brain, now forget what you know, it's NEAS.
It's a show because it's on. We don't have to watch all this, obviously. It's a show because it's on Means TV. Is that the Full
Hello,
House
everyone.
theme?
It's me, a little Harry Potter nerd, and I'm
Sorry,
the
I'm too much
host
of a
for the
Zuber. I
best,
never
I'm
watched Full
just
House.
kidding, everybody. Hey, it's me, Daryl Kraft famous conservative stand-up comedian, and I'll be hosting the best ofs today. I have a lot of experience hosting, and I did tell the booker, I said,
Oh, the
I would prefer to
poses.
go last, actually, after all of the clips, because I feel more.
Oh, the other thing that I didn't talk about. I got recognized, just like randomly. Someone came up to me and said, "Are you on TikTok?" And I said, because I'm an idiot, yes. It's crazy. Wild. Crazy. Wild. They took a selfie with me. Someone came up to me and recognized me and then took a selfie with me. Crazy. Wild. Crazy stuff.
more comfortable in the headlining role as at the end.
I'm still
and they said,
processing
"Oh, that
that.
doesn't make sense. You can't go."
They also knew my Twitter, but I'm not on Twitter, I guess. So that's why they said it. Said TikTok, because they also knew me on TikTok. Are you on CBC?
On at the end after
Well,
to
it's a
introduce
podcast, so
the
no one's gonna
show.
recognize
You
me.
can't say you have to do it before. And so
Yeah,
I decided it's
crazy.
not worth the fight. Last time I had this kind of fight, I had to bring out the silly string, and I gave the booker a silly string spray in the face, and he died. He died from it. So I just decided, hey, let's just go ahead and do it, and I'll just host it. And so that's what I'm doing. In the dipe is my famous line, and I understand some of my
I'm not
calls
a
and some
famous.
of my great.
I'm not a famous. This is not. I'm not a bread tuber. I have one video. Oops. And it has. How many views does it have
Clips
now?
are on this best of, as well as some other stuff also.
It's not
So
that
please do
many.
enjoy,
It
and thanks
doesn't
so
count
much
as
for
being a bread-
watching.
It does not count.
Wealthy.
It's. Oh, here we go. Oh, awesome. Okay. Existential comics will now be coming on. I'm bad at doing segues, and things in general. You must be TikTok has 560,000 views. Yeah, that's not that many. Here we go. Okay. Can call. Not a bread tuber. No, it does not count. I do like how all of you invited me or like upvoted me on the BreadTube subreddit to own me, and then it just gave my video a bunch of views. So yeah, I got really owned. Okay, here we go. I think this is how this works. Hey.
What's up?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good.
I can how am I gonna do this? I can put your face on the stream if you want.
Ooh, should I? I've never shown my face before, so probably not.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Keep the mystique alive.
Yes, yes.
I'll turn off
I like this. I'm like on the in group. I know what you look like.
Yeah, you and I look like
Yeah.
a normal looking dude.
Yeah. It's crazy. Everyone could be walking around just
Yeah.
not knowing they've encountered existential comics.
Yeah. I did get accosted one time in public too, because
Oh,
I was
did you?
talking about it with someone.
Oh.
So I was recognized in public without even people knowing what I was.
Damn.
That was like years ago when I wasn't even very popular too.
Yeah, I'm still dealing with I got recognized yesterday from TikTok.
Yeah, I was watching the stream.
Oh, okay, yes, yeah. I'm still that's just it's a very strange experience to know that like people in real life can perceive you online.
Mm-hmm.
And that they actually exist. I know
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense, but I do not like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Yeah, do not know what to say. Like, thank you, I'm glad.
Yeah, I do not like talking about like internet stuff in person and vice versa.
Yeah. Although I do have the problem, I'm very politics brained. Like it's hard for me to talk about other things. So it
Yeah.
always goes there anyways.
Yeah. It poisons our mind.
Yes, yeah.
Of course, I never talk with any. I'm a total recluse anyway.
Yes, I mean same.
But, yeah.
I've started grad school in philosophy, so I've
Horrifying.
yeah. Do you have what's your academic back, if you don't mind?
Absolutely nothing. Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's honestly, I think
I did
that's
math
like
in school actually, but not
you did what, sir?
math.
Oh, interesting. I guess tangentially related sometimes.
Yeah, sort of.
And for people who do not know, Existential Comics, very good philosophy comic series that you should look at. I think a lot of people are.
People
that
probably
is
already
better.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
was a kung fu chess. This kung fu chess thing.
So this was a game in the early 2000s. It was minorly popular that I played a ton, and then I remade it 10 years later. KungFuChess.org, because the original assholes are still parking their domain name at .com.
Damn.
So yeah,
This
I'm
is
gonna
we
bring
need
it
to
back
abolish. I guess that
because
wouldn't work.
the one problem that I have with chess is waiting for the other asshole to make his move. Like, come on.
Yeah. It's like a mix of an RTS with I
Yeah.
guess it is just chess as an RTS, which I loved StarCraft when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Specifically so that you didn't have to wait. It's great for like ADHD stuff. So I didn't realize you recreated it.
It's an old game.
Okay.
And a couple of other people have actually tried to recreate it too in the past, but they didn't have huge online followings, so it was doomed to failure. And maybe this is too, but we'll see. All right, so you want to start this?
Yes, I'll use my power to boost.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we?
You can make an account.
Oh, okay.
Click the login.
Login. I guess I'll hide my password. Oh, oops. Alrighty. Okay.
All right, let's go in the pool then. I guess just click standard pool.
I see. So as soon as I start, ready to start. Okay.
Yeah, then there'll be 3 seconds, and we'll get going.
All right.
And you're not going to win this game, by the way.
That's what you think.
Yeah, I'm extremely good at
Oh
this game.
shit! Jesus Christ! It's a lot happening. Oh no.
Yeah, see, unlike regular chess, which is all tactical, Kung Fu chess is all vibe based. It's all about vibes.
I see.
And the main vibe is, oh shit, what the fuck is happening?
Ah! Oh no. Oh god. Fuck.
And if this is way too slow for you too, we can play at 5 times the speed.
Oh god. Okay, maybe a little bit later.
Actually, you would probably have a better chance at the faster speed, but all right, let's see.
Oh, I see. So you can. Oh, the travel time.
Yeah. That's a big one.
Oh, you can move out of the way. Oh no. Okay. I sort of yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it takes a little bit.
I see.
I'll give you queen odds next time.
Okay. No, this is great. I love this.
And what I was thinking too actually would be funnier than queen odds, but I didn't have time to change to give speed odds. So one player would be able to move faster than the other player. That really should be the way to do it, but I don't have that programmed, obviously.
Let's see. How long can I stay alive for? that's. Can I just go into? Oh, I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no check. Check is
Right.
for fucking wimps.
It's lame.
It's
I don't
lame.
need to be checked.
You can kill. You have to kill the king to win, which is exciting because it's more violent and can possibly lead to a democracy.
Right. Right.
All right, rematch.
All right.
Also, because it's real time, you can actually take your own pieces with the knight.
Oh, cool.
And the other thing to know is like, so if two pieces collide in midair while they're both moving, the piece that moved first kills the other piece.
Okay.
I'll try to get you on that one because it's probably the most fun thing to do. Okay. Yeah, here we go.
How did I do that?
Ooh. Okay. Oh, damn it. Okay, well, that wasn't good enough.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh, oh no. That was stupid. All right.
Oh shit! God damn it! I see how that works. Oh no.
There we go. Oh. Damn. Oh no, I should have. Okay. I'll do it next time.
I guess king safety is way less important in this because you can just move out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
In fact, you can. See, I was trying to sweep through to get your rook.
I see.
You gotta know when they're gonna move before they move.
Right. It's like reeds. It's like a fighting game almost.
And also, if you can figure out where they're gonna move, you can attack the spot before they even get there.
Right.
So it's a lot about thinking about what your opponent is gonna do rather than planning your own moves.
Right.
So, and obviously, mouse speed is also much more important than chess. Oh, I'll kill my queen.
Wait, god damn it.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. Oh, damn it.
Oh, did that not work? Wait, fuck.
Oh.
You can die. That's so funny.
Oops. Okay. Ooh, could have checkmated here. Oh, that wasn't smart.
Oh, right. God, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So discovered attacks also are watch out for, are very powerful because they can happen instantly.
Yeah. Darn. All right, I think I'm starting to get this. It's like my knowing chess is detrimental.
Oh yeah. And now there is also another mode that we should probably talk about, which is ultra fast 4 players at once mode.
Oh, yes.
So if we get 2 more people on, we can play that.
Okay.
Which I'm sure we could. And you don't have to be that good at chess to play that one. It's specifically designed for people who are really dumb.
Right.
Because everything's kind of happening at once. If you know how to move the pieces, you're pretty much good. Oh, oops, I forgot to kill my queen. All right, let's do this. No. Damn it, this is not good. Oh, okay. That was good for me.
Oh, yeah, that was...
Oops.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Okay.
no. Oh my god, I was too slow. Uh-oh. You might win this one. God, why? Okay.
Still just...
Oh, uh-oh, that's gonna be a problem. Shit, uh-oh. What am I gonna do? Ah.
Yay. All right. I got it with queen odds. I'm proud of myself. I'm 1 on the board.
Yeah, 1 on the board.
Okay. Shit.
I'm gonna have to really clamp down this time. Oh, I'll show watch the. Oh, but you're not good enough to. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple layers of strategy that I'm.
And the fact that you are gonna dodge, and you probably are not gonna dodge me very good right now.
If there's a.
Okay, and we'll go there. Oops. Let's see. All right.
Let's see.
So you could have taken the. Yeah, you can rally to protect a piece much more than is typical.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Oh, watch this. Yeah.
Oh no.
See, you can move through pieces.
Right.
That's what I was trying to trick you with, because you didn't know that. But obviously, I gave it away a little. Because you can't anticipate the state of the board like ahead of time.
Right.
So you're legally allowed to like move through. Oh crap! I could have taken that. Nope. Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah, that was. I suck ass at this, but it's very fun.
Yeah, it's way funner than regular chess.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Is there a particular formation of pieces that you do to start with, or is it just like?
Just try to get all your pawns up mostly, and then try to get some pieces behind them. and don't, make sure the pawns are protecting each other. Otherwise, because you don't know if you're going to get there first or if the opponent's going to get there first.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I don't have queen. Shit. Okay.
Oh, I should have.
Oh, damn it. Ah.
Fuck. Shit. I don't even. Oh yeah. God damn it. Okay.
See,
I guess.
if you're moving 2 spaces, I can take in between.
Right. Okay.
You should have won there,
Yeah,
but you
when
don't
it
know about
gets
it.
there, I see. I can just resign.
You can move. So you can move your piece before it recharges, and it'll like pre-move it.
Oh, I see. Okay. That helps. I think.
Not in the opening, no. But otherwise, yeah. So if there's lag or something, it's going to prevent like someone should have been able to take.
Right.
Okay. Oh. Kill my queen. Okay, that was risky. So the purpose of that pawn was to clear it out of the way.
Oh, but I shouldn't have.
That way I can have all my pieces protect.
Oh, but you can.
No, damn it. Let's see.
Oh, God damn it.
Can I get So see,
oh fuck! Wait.
no,
That's
you
fine.
can't do that.
Oh, does it not block? Oh,
Because
okay.
I moved first, I have like a priority.
Oh, I
You
see.
can block, but you have to move ahead before them.
Right. Okay.
So your king, you can leave in check all you want, but you can always try to go for it. And the way to do that is to move pieces on the other side of the board so their mouse is physically far away from the king.
Right. Okay.
The mouse quickly back. So that's what I was doing. I was trying to. I mean, that was a bit far, but you're kind of new, so I thought maybe I can get you.
I see.
But if like a knight is attacking the king, you can definitely like move pieces on the other side of the board and then just take it.
Right. Okay. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't have. Oh, I was trying to pre-move, but I realized you can't. Like
So if I
pre-move take.
that would have worked.
Right.
You would have kept going, but since your piece was in the way, obviously it'll just stop.
All of my chess instincts are like. Oh, yeah, I think.
Ah, there we go. You could have moved the pawn up and escaped that way.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I actually like when two people or like the last guy to try to remake this game. It was called kfchess.com. It's still around, but it's like terrible. But a couple of grandmasters like went on YouTube and played against each other, and I just could not believe how bad they were. I was like, these guys 100 times in a row.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty good at. I mean, I'm pretty good at regular chess too, but like, boy, were they bad. It's like your chess does not help you very much.
Yeah.
Obviously, like if you're good at chess, you'll learn this game pretty quick. But like,
all of your instincts are just like.
It'll screw you up pretty bad too, because you can't rely on the same rules being true. Oh, it's always safe to go for a knight, by the way, because they can't dodge you and then retake.
Right.
Because they're too slow. Okay, I got trouble now. Oh, ooh.
Right. Fuck.
Yeah, discovered attacks are the #1 thing you have to like get in your head.
Yeah.
There can be 4 pieces in the way, and I can move them all out of the way to get you.
Right.
Ooh, uh-oh. Ah.
Oh, right. Shit.
The cat does not like that I'm in here. If you're hearing that.
I can, yes.
Yeah. This is where it gets into trouble. When you get like this, it basically just turns into chess.
Right. Yeah. Okay, well that's.
And now, what do I do?
Is there?
Okay, I have to do something. Let's see. I can.
It's not gonna work. Wait.
It's not gonna be right yet. No.
Right. I'm still.
Barely,
my-
barely got it. Yeah. Okay.
No, this is lost. God damn it. Okay. I gotta remember you can dodge. I can't just attack a piece that's hanging.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. That might not be that good. Unfortunately, the fork is not very useful in this game. Okay, there we go.
I have no clue. I'm like, God damn it. Okay.
Oh, and that's right. Okay.
One of my chat, I saw you having a bad time. Yeah, I've I had a sudden case of Havana
All
syndrome.
cops are
and
bad
I'm just
cops.
unable to think. I don't. Is there like there isn't too much thought to like where you put your pieces at the start? Just like
Yeah.
a basic.
Just do whatever. I don't really think about it too much. I don't think the openings are really nearly as important.
Right.
As long as you get your pieces kind of up. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh. Now we're gonna see some kung fu. Oops. Oh my god, I didn't. What am I doing? All right. I didn't have my piece ready to do the combo.
Just combos. Fuck.
Okay.
Right. God damn. I keep.
There, and there. Yep, I was waiting for you to do that so I could get both.
Damn. Okay. Can we try the even faster version after this?
Yeah, let's do a couple fast games, and then we'll try 4-way if we can get 2 more people. Yeah, the lightning one is definitely not going to be as much skill involved. So it's a lot about mouse speed, and I'm using a mouse on a different computer too. So you definitely, because you can really forget you're in check and then just snipe the king easily.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, this would be good. Oh no, what I want is that. Okay. Yes. Let's see if I can do this.
Fuck, shit. You know.
And now we're gonna have one more. We'll get one more try, right? Oh, you moved it. Oh, I was gonna try to sweep you on that one.
All cops
Yeah,
are bad
that's
cops.
probably the most fun part. If you can set up an enormous combo and take like 6 pieces at once, take all the pieces and the pieces guarding them all at once. Then,
all right.
Oh, I was gonna try this. All right, let's do lightning.
All right.
I guess I'll get
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And the recharging isn't going to be so important either because it only takes 1/10 of a second. Oops. You gotta be quick in this game.
Shit. Fuck.
Here we go. There. There. All right.
All right. Okay.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh, you could have moved through. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know. This is not looking good. Oh yeah, here we go.
Shit. No, wait. Fuck. God damn it.
There we go.
Ah. Oh, okay. I could have had that. I could have. I was close.
All right, if we get if 2 people from the stream want to log on, we can put 4-way of this speed.
If anyone wants to.
Or we can just if anyone wants to log on.
Just
I think you do. Well, actually, you don't technically need an account because we can do unrated, but it'd probably be better. Yeah, I only see one person online, so. Oh. Oh, I didn't take my queen.
Oh fuck. That was.
Rook. Get this. Get this.
keep forgetting.
I mean, dodges are pretty tough in this speed. I only dodged it because it was literally all the way across the board, and I only got it by about a tenth of a second. That far ahead. Oh.
Oh fuck! Right, because then
Yeah.
can kings take? Okay, they can.
Yeah, no check.
Right. Let's see if is there anyone. I'm sure.
Oh,
there are
okay.
people.
We're online, so let's go in the four-way lightning pool.
Okay.
We'll
Oh,
see
wait,
if
we
that
have to
works.
push.
Oh, hopefully this even works. I barely ever even test four-way.
Anyone else wanna enter?
Yeah, I see a few people online. So if you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
So which does it
I'm
say
black.
which colors
black.
are who? Or I guess I'm the one at the bottom.
Well, everybody's at their own bottom, so that's
Oh, I
good
see.
enough.
Okay. Right.
You're red. I'm black, so I'll probably go for you.
Oh no.
Okay. Watch out for your neighbor. Okay. Classic mistake.
Hate to see it.
I hate to see it. I can't believe you made such a new mistake. Yeah, this one you got to really be careful, like to not leave your king open.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to get sniped because obviously you have two people attacking you at once. So let's see how good Agent Smith is over here. Not looking great. Oh no. Okay. My queen done? Shit. Oh. Actually, Agent Smith is playing pretty good. Oh no. Whew, that was lucky. Okay.
Oh, you got it. There you go.
Okay.
You can try another one.
Yeah. Press rematch. Come on, guys. This is, of course, the problem with 4 players. Oh, okay.
Right.
White, come on.
Wait. If you're in the stream, there we go.
Good. Okay, let's see. Looking? Yeah, there we go. All right. God, white is pretty smart. Whoa, whoa. Okay.
Yes, I got someone. I'll take that.
Okay. Oh, this will be good. Come on, little pawn.
The little pawn that could. Oh no! God damn it.
Okay. I really want to try to get you with a sweep.
I keep forgetting which way your pawns go. It's like the
It's also nice because you can actually take pawns from behind. Like they
Yeah.
can't get you. Oh, here we go. This is what I want to do. Oh no.
Ah.
Okay. Oh no. Oh, you could have taken me. Jesus.
Oh shoot.
All cops are bad
You really
cops.
can't let them, especially if they got a couple of knights on the board. That's like a comeback city because
Right.
they can just go get your king while you're distracted on the other side of the board. It's really hard to play.
Fuck. Wait.
Oh.
Was that?
Oh.
Oh yes. Okay. All
Uh-oh,
right.
I'm really in trouble. Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh shoot.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
No, wait. Is that? Oh fuck.
Yes.
God damn it. No.
Okay, now I gotta prevent yours. Oh no! Oh fuck!
Yes. Let's go.
Oh! Wow. Mm. Brutal.
I'm happy. I got one. I'm happy. Happy with that.
I guess if we could talk to these people, we could have teams too, but like unofficial teams. It's obviously a possibility. Okay. Oh, greenness. Okay. Now to snipe someone from long range. And this is the key. Ah, man. Ah, here we go. Ah,
Anyway.
we'll checkmate them together. Oh shit.
Oh. Wait, why did I
Oh,
do
nice going through. That's a good technique to like go to move past them. So that way, even if you miss, like I can't get you.
that? Oh, that's how that goes. Shit. Okay. I'm starting to get a bit of it, but I think.
Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just move up here. Distract you and then get your king.
Yeah.
Make random bullshit moves up at the top for no reason.
I want a rook at least.
Yeah. Ah, green. Not very smart.
I hate to see it.
You hate to see it. But you absolutely cannot move the pawn that protects your king. That is the key. The one, if you're going to know one thing about super fast ultra four-way chess, it's not to move this pawn that's protecting your king from the enemy bishop. Okay. Ooh.
I saw that, but I did not react in time.
Right. Who are we waiting for? Red? Looks like we might have lost a player.
Oh, wait, that's me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's you. Okay. Oh. Okay. Ah.
Okay, I don't know why I tried that.
I didn't see that. That was pure luck. I was dodging White's bishop. I was trying to, because I saw he was like, oh,
yes.
damn, too much. Oh,
Let's go.
5 seconds.
2 snipes.
Terminator. You got like 300 points for that. Disappointing. I see Green has finally learned to not expose his king to my bishop immediately. That's going to make it harder for me. Oh my god, I hate my cat so much. She just meows all nonstop all day.
Cats love to complain.
Yeah. Okay, let's. Oops. Ah, you blocked me.
Oh shit. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Nothing like enticing people. Oh shit, someone's calling me at work. Oops. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I died. Yeah. All right, I'm probably gonna have to leave soon because I am technically at work. We'll do one.
This is fun though. I'll have to plug this. Oh,
Yeah, and I can come on again too.
Yeah, awesome. Of course.
Right, let's do one more.
All right. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Yeah. Takes a little while. Oh no. Oops. Oh no.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really easy to get distracted with your own plans.
Yeah.
All right. I gotta take off, but maybe I'll come on again. We
Awesome.
can talk about whatever you want.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on and for showing this and for making this. It's very
Yeah.
cool.
Hopefully, people will actually play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually. I still haven't like announced it too broadly because there's still some bugs, but yeah, hopefully like there'll be a steady amount of people online. That's my goal.
Yeah.
Because I'm not trying to get away from this. Obviously, it's not like I ever could.
Yeah. Follow them on Twitter as well, Existential Comics. I'll put it in the thing.
All right. Later.
Great. See ya. That was cool. That was a good way to start the stream. That was fun. We'll have to play that more. I'll get that active in the Liv community. It's great. It's chess, but if you have ADHD. Well, I guess that's sort of also chess, but I think that's perfectly up the alley of this community. What else do we have? Political. I had some videos prepared. Oh, let's watch. There's this really good. Where is this? Bullet. It's bullet. It's like even more bullet chess. I can close this. This is a good Jarvis Johnson video. Where I was in the chat for GlitchCon for Smash, and Jarvis was also, and we said hi, which was fun. I think a couple of you were in there as well. I was seeing some Liv emotes, which is hilarious. I feel like I don't go on Twitch that much.
AKA leader and in command of the Walmart Empire, you have made a big name for yourself. However, how far are you willing to take this?
I don't think so. Who's that?
As you can see, I got your card here.
Live chatters are
willing to risk
worldwide.
your fleet, your army, your morality, everything that you have built so far. If not, you should stop here, because there is nothing I won't do, whatever it takes.
How do I explain? The internet is a very strange place. I've made some videos about brand Twitter in the past. You know, companies like Wendy's and Burger King all tweeting as if they're people, and how that's created.
Oh, did the Bottleman podcast come out? Oh, awesome. I went on the Bottleman podcast with Julian to talk about the People's Party of Canada. Is there a link for that? The Bottleman. Let's see.
Created this strange dystopia that we now
So that was cool. Shout out to them.
Live in. I enjoyed making them, but I stopped because things kind of became a little samey, you know? It's like, how many times can you talk about, you know, Wingstop horny posting on Maine? I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was weird. So basically I told myself that I would only talk about it if something
Brands, it's so unfortunate that like the people who like soy for brands is so depressing because they're, if you ever watched this clip, what is this?
I did it! I'm so smart! Oh, fuck, coconut tastes so bad. Take it, coconut.
What's going on?
No.
Which one broke? Oh my god, it's all over the green screen. No, it's not. Yes, it fucking is.
Is it?
Yes. You fucking idiot.
Oh man, no.
Chair.
That's hilarious. I love that. The Funko Pop collection is
New or interesting in the world
of. I do not have any Funko Pops. You can see there's 0 Funko Pops. You can see my kitchen. You can turn that. Is right there, as well as my printer, because I had nowhere else to put it.
Brand Twitter happened. You'll notice that I'm here making a video about brands on the internet. So something happened. What is currently occurring on TikTok and Twitter, but like mostly TikTok, is a war. A war between two billion-dollar department store corporations, but a war nonetheless. It's a war that was started over shopping carts and includes threats, bullying, theft, corporate espionage, and, like every good marketing scheme from a multi-billion-dollar corporation, an exploitation of its undervalued employees. Every marketing
shit is
scheme
so
needs one of
cursed.
those. Oh, have I mentioned that the war is between Target and Walmart? I don't know if I mentioned that yet. I was talking about them like they were shadowy corporations that we weren't going to name, but it's Target and Walmart. You're familiar, I presume. But before we get into this thrilling corporate saga, we have a brief word from our thrilling corporate sponsor, Public. Question: are you ready to swear your allegiance to one of these two department stores? Well, you're in luck, because I've done a little research, and it turns out that the best way to choose a side is to invest. And there's no better way to invest than with today's sponsor, Public. Public.com is an employee. This Target employee finds
free
a
clout.
lone Walmart shopping cart, and instead of ignoring it, he weaves a beautiful
What's
tapestry
Walmart?
of fiction and it.
Do you not? It's like a grocery store.
Intrigue.
Hello, this is a message to Walmart from Target.
What
We are
is-
currently holding one of your shopping carts hostage. You have 24
They do not have Walmart. I guess that makes sense that they don't have Walmart in France, actually.
hours to respond. Or else.
I like that the
I will only go to my local boulangerie.
or else threat involves pushing a Target shopping cart into the Walmart shopping cart as if he's hurting it.
That is, I wonder the difference there between like sort of more local production, because this is a Canadian thing as well. Of just like there are bakeries actually in Kingston where like you can get fresh bread, but for the most part it's like, you know, factory made.
As if it's a threatening gesture. Oh no! Don't put the Target cart in the Walmart cart. That'll cause a new.
We are currently holding one of your shopping carts hostage. You have 24
This
hours
is so
to respond.
insane. I hate so much that people were like, the brands are fighting. I'm gonna signal boost this. It's like you are encouraging hell on Earth. You are unearthing a culture and a society that you do not want to unearth. We need to not allow brands to be this confident about making epic memes.
Or else.
Now this is fine.
It's a big problem,
right?
I
It's
think.
funny. This person's clearly like bored at their job and they're having a fun time with it, and we love to see that. It's very
There's literally no way that isn't like planned, or that this isn't like made by.
Or else.
Now this is fun, right? It's funny. This person's clearly like bored at their job.
Are there laws that save like bakeries? Well, that's cool.
And they're having a fun time with it, and we love to see that. It's very, very much the essence of TikTok. So of course this goes viral, and then he makes a follow-up TikTok, you know, to continue the narrative.
Hello, this is a message to Walmart from Target. We still have your cart. We've kept it guarded behind bars, but as each hour goes by, its screams for help only get louder and louder. You can see the sweat dripping off of it from the torture it's endured.
Okay, that's Rain. And I love how it's behind bars, as in the bars that you return the carts to at Target. I also love that he is speaking on behalf of Target because he doesn't give a shit, right? What does it matter? He's like, I think he's like an 18, 19-year-old kid who's just like,
I am definitely of the belief that this is like a planned thing. There is no such thing as a coincidence.
Working at Target. But because of the virality of these TikToks, Walmart sees a marketing opportunity. Their marketing team is like, there's this viral trend happening. We've got to respond and make that way, you know, people care more.
He's a fake kid. He's not real.
Walmart, and it makes the Walmart graphs go up, and then it makes our bosses happy, which makes our bosses' bosses happy. Anyway, here's Walmart's TikTok. Walmart has a TikTok, by the way. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is hilarious. It is very funny to look at the Target ball with a Walmart jacket on it and a name tag that says Surge. Oh, by the way, Target has balls out in front of.
Actually, it is probably just. Is this a thing? I feel like this isn't a thing in the Canadian Targets. Actually, no, Canadian Target isn't a thing anymore. They failed, right? Canadian Target. They ate shit and they had to stop. Yes, okay, that's why. Yeah, it was a big flop. That was like a thing.
The store, I have no idea why they have the balls, but it's a thing that they have the balls. The laughing that the man does on the TikTok. He has like a hearty chortle.
It is co-opted, that is true.
like he's Santa Claus.
That's probably what happened. Yeah, crazy.
I don't know about you, but like for some reason his laugh sounds like the way that a multi-billion-dollar corporation would laugh. It's kind of like what I imagine the people in the boardroom are like when they're printing their billions of dollars at the expense of their gigantic workforce. This is a solid 9 out of 10. Like this is best a response as
it is to prevent cars from driving into the store. Yes. Is there a Canadian equivalent? They tried to do Target in Canada and it failed.
As can be. But the thing is, now we've started an arms race. Now we're trying to continue this viral moment. So, of course, Target has to respond.
Rangers, they have taken one of our own. Assemble! Starbucks Ranger, Ulta Ranger, Disney Ranger, Apple Ranger. Together, we will take back what is ours.
What the fuck did I just watch? I'm having trouble piecing together the narrative here.
This
so one ball has been taken, and now this is another ball that's some sort of war general ball, some sort of Tony Stark ball or Nick Fury ball who has the power to assemble the Avengers of Target's corporate partners. Lord knows why they decided to do the annoying orange style eyeballs and mouth on a ball thing. I don't know why. It's very unsettling. It is kind of funny. But what's funnier to me, and by funny I mean disturbing, is when you look at the actual comments on this TikTok, it's like this thing always happens whenever there's a popular brand moment. Every other brand is trying to get their freaking word in edgewise, you know? They're all showing up in the comments. Pizza Hut Express Ranger is standing by. This is actually kind of sad that Pizza Hut is feeling left out, that they were like, hey, and if you need any extra help, we also are in Targets sometimes. So Jaden gives Walmart an ultimatum to respond. They do, of course, but also this was posted on the official Target account, and one really unsettling thing is that there are TikTok accounts replying as if Target is not this multi-billion-dollar corporation and is just a small up-and-coming TikTok creator. Here before you get 1 million followers. Imagine leaving a "here before this blows up" comment on a corporation's video. You did not discover Target.
It's great. All the corporations are people, and you can interact with them, and it's fun.
Truly, this is working if this random person thinks that this account is just a hot, young, up-and-coming TikToker. Meanwhile, other random employees are getting involved. In my view, they're always funnier than what the brand is doing. I'm kind of scared. Why does Colton here?
It is so bizarre. I mean, I guess this is to be expected. That online culture becomes shaped and molded by corporations who are how do we make a meme for our company? Isn't that good? All the people are looking at all the little memes on what is that tick clock? Can we make a meme so that we make money? And then they just throw a shit ton of fucking money at it.
Have me worried that the carts are about to attack. I guess that's the idea. He looks so stern. He's giving me full Dragon Ball Z face right
torment.
now. His TikTok username is Colton Runs 2003. So I'm just gonna assume back in 2003 he was a big deal, but then now he's trying to get back to his former glory, theoretically through war, or that's when he was born. But I refuse to believe that someone could be born in 2003, and I won't be elaborating further.
Yeah, that is fucked up. We should, honestly, we should just have children of men. No one should be born in 2003.
Colton has a number of these TikToks where he's corralling around his army of shopping carts like he's a war general / the Night King.
It's okay, Walmart, I rescued our cart. Your move, Target.
You know, I am this type of a joker guy.
Now, I don't know who this
Thank you,
brave
thank you,
patriot is who rescued the Walmart cart. Burnt
Or
Bacon
4 times.
5631, your name will go down in history as a hero. Honestly, I can't say for sure if this is the original cart from the video, but a number of different people made videos of them rescuing carts from the hands of Target. It turns out that this was like a nationwide epidemic, and a number of
You were born in 2003. Why? Why were you born in 2003?
hostages were
Explain
taken for
yourself.
the cause. So then Jaden, the original Target employee, responds, and it seems that he's been stricken with visions, heavily vignetted visions of carts being returned, and he thinks it's just a nightmare. These are getting very cinematic, by the way.
Something's not right.
That's why
I'm not quite sure.
This feels like it is just fucking directed, you know? Like Target is pulling the strings, or is it Walmart? I can't remember. He works at Target. Is pulling the strings in the back. Like, you're gonna make the most epic meme for the company.
Sure what it is, but it almost feels as
that's
if
my
though
theory.
something's missing.
He's stricken with the feeling that something is off, but somehow doesn't realize that it's the cart that is supposed to be his prisoner. But can we just appreciate this wipe right here?
I can't quite put my finger on it though. It feels so close.
Go off, Jaden. Somebody learned to mask in Premiere. So far, it seems that the two leaders of these warring factions are Jaden on the Target side and Colton on the Walmart side. Target has just lost a major battle. It seems that Walmart has returned a number of its hostages home, and Target has to make a move. But before they can, Walmart launches a sneak attack. That's right, Colton has taken it upon himself to personally steal a cart from Target and
If
asks
XQC wasn't
his
Twitch
viewers to
streaming.
choose a side. Are you red or are you blue? This is funny to me because this is...
It isn't. Yeah, that is probably true. Because it's clout, right? People are driven by clout. The corporations have found a way to make like people promote them, but it's through clout.
For sure illegal. It seems like everybody's kind of okay with it because it's for like the brand marketing of it all. But it is quite funny to imagine somebody like in a Walmart costume like loading a Target cart into their car. I'm sure people were watching. I'm sure they were like, what exactly is going on here? Like, I feel like if you see a Walmart employee at Target, it's kind of like when you run into a teacher outside of school and you're like, what are you doing here? You know, like, you're not supposed to exist outside of the universe that you're from. So I'm sure that caused a lot of trauma for people. It's also funny that Colton put his name tag on the card. I thought that was a nice touch.
This is a message to Walmart from Target. Congrats on a successful espionage campaign.
So this is one of my favorite TikToks of this entire thing for a number of reasons. Jaden here is insinuating that the Walmart cart is a double agent, and they were easily able to capture it because it was like a Trojan horse of sorts.
2 nights ago, your cart escaped, taking back with it hundreds of company secrets. But did you ever stop to consider that maybe it was too easy? That perhaps the cart is only telling you what we want it to?
But my other favorite thing is all of the shots of the cart like clearly being pushed out of frame and then just moving by itself, which makes it look like it's an autonomous shopping cart.
That your closest allies could also be your closest enemies.
Yeah, what's going on
You have
here?
48 hours to respond.
Which is has really horrifying implications for the war. Because if all of these carts can drive themselves, then I don't even want to imagine. Then things take a bit of a gruesome turn. This next clip is a little hard to watch. It's not for the faint of heart. But after the cart is returned to Walmart, let's just say that it's not taken too kindly. It appears that we've caught on camera here the true horrors of war, as we're seeing a gang, a small contingent of Walmart employees brutalizing a poor Target cart. I'm sorry you had to watch that. I just think it's really important to illustrate why diplomacy is the answer. But many saw this as a call to arms, as Target employees across the nation armed themselves fictionally. This is a fictional thing. I know that sounded pretty intense, but everybody chill out. It's a meme. Why does Rodolfo here give the most, like, I keep trying to get out, but they keep pulling me back in? Like, it's like, why does it give me that energy? And why does he have bandanas? It's just his full Target uniform, but I don't remember bandanas being a part of. But what do I know? I am but a mere pedestrian here. Often as a consequence of war, otherwise neutral nations or organizations are pulled into the fray. Here you'll see that Home Depot, who famously likes to say neutral in these sort of situations, has taken the side of Walmart. Fortunately, we are never subjected to any cart-on-cart violence, but I think that that's just a tactic that that governments use to hide the true horrors of war from the public. So, that could be going on here.
I know the whole Target thing has gotten a little crazy, but Amazon, don't even think about it. This is between us and Target, so stay out of it. I don't know why you're in our parking lot here, but this is between us and Target.
That's not how war works, buddy. It looks like Amazon is stationed right outside of the Walmart base. One can only imagine how it resolved. So then that brings us to the TikTok and the cold open, where Anonymous is seemingly involved.
Colton runs 2003, aka leader and in command of the Walmart Empire.
So this TikTok is from a creator called DM Vibes. All of his TikToks are so cinematic and so well done
this one
and
is
interesting.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have a ton of followers. I just wanted to highlight
it's
some of the small creators who are truly flexing their skills for this very absurd
Open your
trend.
eyes.
And if there's anything
open your eyes. It's all
good that is coming.
The real war is class war. This war between TikTok and Walmart, they're secretly shaking hands behind the scenes.
Out of this, it's seeing these burgeoning small creators doing their thing, because this is amazing. So then as time goes on, tensions cool off a bit and we enter a Cold War era of this conflict. Colton is still goading Target into taking action, but it seems that they've made their peace with the stalemate. I just want to include this TikTok because it's funny that he calls Target Targi. And just when I thought I'd seen the end of it, we have reached a point where the devious licks trend has now crossed over into the Walmart Target.
That's something that I'm more a fan of. We can talk about. This is better. Yeah, this is just shoplifting. That's what happens with these two memes together. It's just people doing shoplifting.
I can't say for certain what happened to the dog, but I just hope he's safe. So I know what this became, but I refuse to believe this was a grand marketing scheme up front. It fully seems like it was started by a few random employees from these companies, and the companies just saw an opportunity and capitalized on it because the TikToks were already viral. At least they didn't fire the person. We've seen that before, where somebody makes a viral TikTok in the workplace. It's a bunch of free advertising for the company, and then they fire them. That's maybe the worst case scenario. I really do hope that these employees are being compensated for their contributions, but I have to imagine they aren't. So at least they get some TikTok clout for it. Because brands pay big money to get anything close to this type of attention. It would be a shame if the employees didn't see at least some sort of kickback. And it's been a few days since that last TikTok, and just when I thought the feud had finally...
I'm leaving in an hour because I got a business call. I guess that's technically true.
Settled down. I was tagged in
I'll just
this
say
tweet
it's a
on
business
Twitter.
call.
The official Twitter account tweeted, Okay, but why should we follow you? They do this a lot. They pretend to be a person. Target says because we're not Walmart.
Because I'm a CEO. I've got that CEO mindset.
And then
I
Walmart
live like a capitalist every day.
hits them with the Mariah Carey.
I made a YouTube video and now I'm in the cabal. I'm happy to announce.
Why are you so obsessed with me meme? And Tom here lets me know that brand Twitter is back at it again because
it is Juve. Yeah, I've decided I'm gonna be a part of Juve.
You either die a
That's
war
it.
hero or live long enough to see yourself.
Oh, Haley.
Let's go, baby.
Thank you for the year on Patreon. I don't know if you're here or if you just do
Come
the
back
thing
to
on
brand
Patreon.
Twitter. I
Thank
think
you.
that's something that we all relate to and have all dealt with in our lives. But it is funny that Target hit back with Mariah Carey actually in the store. It looks like this battle goes to Target. Where are we on the score sheet? No clue.
We all lose. That's what happens.
Continues? Yeah, kinda. Some of the TikToks and stuff were pretty creative. Again, this is mostly harmless as long as we remember that these corporations are profiting off of our attention here. But I'm a little torn because the employees who are posting are able to post from their personal accounts. They're, getting a lot of followers from this. They're getting a lot of views from this. Hopefully that's an opportunity for them. That's really cool. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this very weird thing that's happening on the
Why'd you have to link me this? I had not seen this, and I was like, I don't want to see it. I was in Denim's chat earlier, and this was on, and I clicked away because I was like, I'll be back when it's done. But I guess we'll fucking watch it. I guess we'll watch it.
All cops are bad cops.
Vaccine.
That doesn't even sound like tequila. You didn't even say it like it's said in the song. These people are sick. These sick, depraved people.
Vaccine.
These people are sick. These people are sick.
Thank you.
Sick, depraved people. Yeah, is there a way that I can undo being vaccinated? Just because of like I'm in the culture war now. I was drafted into the culture war. I didn't choose to be in it, but I watched this video and now I'm in the culture war. Yeah, that's who, like, there is not a single soul that will get vaccinated because of this. There is no one who was on the fence and is now like, well, clearly I should get it. Clearly it's fine. I am not okay as a result of this video. I seek God. I seek God. God is dead and we have killed him. God damn it, dude. Is this a Zizek tequila?
Vagina.
I knew it was gonna be vagina. I knew it was gonna be vagina. That's good. That's good stuff. That's very funny. Oh yeah, someone sent this.
We're ready? We're ready.
The look. The look, dude.
Watch the slip. You're bad. No nipples. No nipples. Oh, he has tape on them. Don't worry.
That's very funny. Let's watch this one. There's a video on gambling streams.
Man, you got it.
What is
You
that?
got it. You
What
got
is
it.
that?
You
What
got
is
it.
that? What is that? 720K! Let's go, baby! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! 37 bits, let's go! Let's go! That's it, the max win! It doesn't about that.
The people that will lose are the viewers.
Companies were coming to me. We want you to stream on our website, gamble, and we are willing to pay you $35,000 an hour.
How many people do you think would turn down $1 million a month?
They tune in, they see him winning like $5,000 in one pull or whatever, however that works. And then they think like, oh, I'll do it too.
If you're getting an offer from a casino sponsorship, you're already a multi-millionaire. You need to be a multi-millionaire?
Like, I'm not convinced that it's rigged, but I'm sure as hell not convinced it isn't.
Just to let you know, at the point of me finishing the editing for this video, Twitch came out with this statement basically saying that they're banning the use of referral codes and links to gambling sites from their streams. This, however, in my opinion, is not really enough. Streamers are still allowed to play slots, roulette, and dice games on stream, but this means that the incentive, although slightly diminished, is still there if these creators are still allowed to stream gambling at all, as sponsored streams are still a possibility even without the use of codes. So all of my concerns in this video are still very valid, but it seems that Twitch are keeping their options open with regards to their approach, so maybe we'll see further crackdowns in the future. Gambling streams. They've been all over Twitch recently, and I wanted to know what the hell was going on and how the hell can they afford to pay streamers like Trainwrecks TV and Aiden Ross over $1 million a month. Well, yes, because they're casinos, but there's more to it than that. Just to fully disclose my stance here, I'm not a gambler and I never have been, but that's not to say I've not enjoyed watching people gamble though, and I used to be obsessed with Deal or No Deal as a kid, but this is how the show would have gone if I were the banker.
That's for certain. Hello.
Alright, blouse wanker, pass me on to the woman. Alright, hear me out. You are gonna take this deal, you fucking idiot. You do realise that there's a 50% chance of you going home with 1p, right? Don't listen to Noel. Do you really think he has your best interest at heart? He brought Mr. Blobby into the world. Do you remember the childhood trauma, Tracy? Do you remember? And now he just...
I don't gamble because I don't like spending money. In general.
Dances around on Channel 4 telling people choosing completely random boxes that their choices are somehow spiritual and dictated by some higher deity. He says he
I got the CEO mindset.
can feel the energy
Actually, that's
in your
not true.
box, for
It's
fuck's sake.
the opposite.
I'm imagining every non-Brit watching this right now with a shocked Pikachu face. For anybody out of the loop with these gambling streams, Twitch streamers such as Rushdeen, Miskiff, Aiden Ross, FaZe Banks, Mo, XQC, Trainwrecks, and Ricegum have recently been taking up these deals to stream themselves gambling, sometimes with real money, sometimes with money from the casino, sometimes for up to 24 hours per session. So the main two sites which these streamers seem to be using are called Roobet and Stake Casino, which are online-only crypto casinos, which means anyone with a crypto wallet who claims to be over 18 can sign up. There's even a dedicated category on Twitch just for people playing slots, and many of the streamers in this category have their own promo codes. Now, just to make this very clear, I'm not accusing anyone in this video of doing anything illegal. I'm just questioning the morality behind it all and criticizing the way that the entire system behind it is set up to allow people, and especially children, to be exploited. The biggest slot player on the site is Trainwrecks TV, who consistently clocks around 30 to 40,000 viewers consistently on his streams. This is also a man who blew up on Twitch by performing a misogynistic rant because more female streamers had come onto the platform and were stealing his viewers.
These motherfuckers, these fake fucks, these girls that rejected us, these girls that come back into our streaming community. From now on, we will not give you money. Pussy's pussy. Don't put it on a pedestal. Put it where it belongs. On the fucking couch and on the fucking ground.
Lovely. To be honest though, if you take the gambling element out of his streams, it's pretty fucking hilarious to watch because he somehow looks like that coked up, roided dude bro at the gym and a mod for an incel.
That is, it is like, it's inevitable that infrared came along. If infrared did not exist, we would have to invent him because he's just like train, but politics.
For him at the same time, and he's playing games that look like the ones that your mom plays on the iPhone 7 that you handed down to her.
Fine, guys, can you Twitch Prime sub to make up for that, please? It'd be very kind of you. Don't worry. Doghouse, take it all, please. I'm smiling right now.
Twain angry at the doggy woggies.
That'd be fantastic. Oh, it's
That
okay,
is,
Doghouse.
it is so funny about these, like this stupid fucking art they make for them.
In July, Ethan from H3H3 and Hassan Piker debated streamers XQC and Trainwrecks on the morality of these, as they call them, Gamba streams. Well, it was called a debate.
What keeps you motivated, what keeps you going is because you would get banned if you did this with water. If you were to conduct in a way that would self-harm you or kill you with water, you'd get banned just as much as if it was with alcohol. The end game possible
We watched
worst
that.
outcome
That was so
is
funny.
irrelevant.
What?
It's irrelevant.
Water is not an addictive substance.
Here, he defends being paid $1 million per month by State Casino, which essentially comes from the gambling losses of his followers,
But I'll tell you, $1 million. $1 million a month.
plus $250,000 every 3 months from people who use his code on
I've got a Stella Artois.
state.
And how much are you making on your
Drink
code,
check.
by the way?
Cheap. In 3 months, I've made 250.
Do not, if you are underage, because apparently there are people born in 2003 watching my streams. Do not drink. If you are underage, do not drink.
In 3 months.
Okay.
That's nothing.
That's nothing.
Actually, I guess you could drink in Quebec, in Alberta.
Basically saying it's okay because whilst streaming, sometimes for 24 hours straight with his code on the screen, it's apparently fine because he puts 18 plus in the titles of his
It's a
streams.
Canadian
which,
stream. You're
as we
not
know, is a
underage.
steadfast
Well, it's in Ontario stream, and it's 19.
way of keeping kids away from your stream. It's literally impossible.
But I don't push the code at all. And
It's
I
on
tell
your
people
screen the whole time, right?
It is on my screen, but I tell people not to gamble at all. Every
So by promoting gambling, he's actually promoting anti-gambling. He also argues that he's putting people
Last few major professors think you're smart and impressed what you're talking to. Nice. That's funny. I remember someone before, a long time ago, was like, I was talking about my podcast, and they were like, "But will I get pussy from it?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." I guess, just
off gambling
The
because
answer is
he
yes.
loses so much money and reckons that the only people using his code are degenerates like him who are already addicted to gambling.
how much is Nietzsche paying you to shell his books? Yeah,
the people who gamble already are the ones that will be converted. Do you understand?
Which, in my opinion, does not make his stance any better. Encouraging people who are already problem gamblers to gamble more can actually be deadly.
Have I would never like date or engage in a romantic relationship with someone who like is a fan of me. That feels weird. There's a problematic clout imbalance.
Gambling is perceived by many as a simple failure of will, but becoming a problem gambler actually changes the way that your brain is wired. It's a brain disorder, and this brain disorder is preyed on by the gambling industry. And when Train says that his on-stream losses are preventing people from gambling, this isn't the case with problem gamblers. It's not the way that their minds work.
Winning and waiting to see if you've won, the anticipation, they're both pretty much the same. And that's a really key point about gambling. It's not just the winning that counts.
From philosophy, yes. Yes.
It's the taking part, and the taking part repeatedly when you don't win is as activating to a gambler as the winning.
This is how being in the red makes it so addictive. It's the chasing of your losses under the false belief that your losses will eventually balance.
Let's go, baby!
Peter, thank you for the, I think that's a year on Patreon. I love that timing of subscribing to the Patreon. Oh, I forgot to do that. I'll do that over the weekend. I was gonna make a premium podcast for $2 a month on my Contra video and on Nietzsche and on like notes that I didn't have, just because like it's good to have content for the premium because I promise it.
Themselves out, a phenomenon called the gambler's fallacy.
We need 3 more. 3 more light up coins, please, to get us to that level. Don't be a bitch.
Not this spin, but next spin. Watch, I'm calling it. Next spin. It's gonna be 2 coins.
This is what makes it more like a drug addiction than an obsessive compulsive disorder. It's about looking for that next hit and not stopping until you get it, even if it's costing you a lot of money. Some games will even artificially increase the number of near misses because to a problem gambler's brain, that's basically the same as a win. Even though it doesn't mean anything at all because the numbers are completely random, witnessing a near miss will falsely tell the player's brain that a win is now more likely to come.
Give us the buffalo with the multis, please.
Did Contra get canceled? I don't care. I don't know. She did log off though, so that's good. She didn't follow my advice. I don't think she watched my video. But
that could have been so big. Give us any animal with multis all the way across.
This is a psychological phenomenon called the illusion of control. Some casinos program video slots to show near misses often on non-playing lines to exploit this psychology. But this feature is so damaging to some problem gamblers that in some places it's become illegal to program your game to do this. But it still remains legal in most jurisdictions. Slots is the perfect game for playing with a problem gambler's brain. It completely relies on chance, the computer's pseudo-random number generator, and shows your near misses very clearly. It's a perfect storm to keep a problem gambler playing. It's the crack cocaine of the casino world. Features like this take people to the brink and often over the brink of suicide. The death rate from gambling addiction is much higher than substance addiction because it's not a vice that you can easily move past, even if you manage to kick the habit. The financial burden can follow you for the rest of your life. So the copious amounts of money that these streamers are being paid is coming out of the pockets of their viewers' losses, some of whom will eventually, sadly, gamble themselves to death. So why are there not extremely heavy regulations on it? Well, it brings in a lot of money which the CEOs of casinos can lobby politicians with, such as casino magnate Sheldon Adelson, who donated to both the Trump and Biden campaigns but staunchly supported Trump and the GOP, and made so many large donations that he was dubbed the Kingmaker. And here in the UK, MPs have received thousands in gifts from bookmakers by defending betting machines in Parliament.
It's a myth to suggest that problem gambling is entirely the result of fixed odds betting terminals. There is a problem with problem gambling. There are a small number of people who do suffer from addiction, and of course they need some protection.
And these ads, of course, make online gambling look exceptionally glamorous and lucrative. Ooh, look, on this one you can see the other people you're playing with. Look, you'll definitely get paired with a sexy bikini lady on a beach and definitely Not some dude with his penis out. No! Sexy bikini lady! Huge gambling conglomerates don't really have any interest in tackling the gambling addiction problem because problem gamblers are the bread and butter of the gambling industry. Etain, the company that owns all of these betting companies, takes 38% of deposit money from just 1% of its customers. Oh, but they're not problem gamblers. No, they're VIPs. Companies do not disclose what constitutes a VIP, but some firms are known to have a net loss threshold above which VIP status is conferred. Just doing a quick search on Indeed for gambling VIP manager jobs, we have job descriptions which are described as follows. Grow the casino VIP members by identifying and developing new VIP customers through networking, relationship building, and customer referrals. Actively reduce the rate of VIP attrition through knowing your customers and spotting signs they are at risk of lapsing, implementing strategies to retain them. But contrary to this, you are also supposed to encourage and support greater awareness and vigilance from the team in spotting and dealing with suspicious transactions and problem gambling. Good luck with that, whoever fills that role. And looking at the employment reviews from people who have worked at casinos, the complaints vary, but one complaint seems to be consistent across the board: low pay. Because clearly these casinos cannot afford to pay a proper living wage. As a VIP customer of 888 Casino, you can get your very own...
Bet 365 got a salary of $421 million. We need to tax the rich $1 million specifically a year.
Private blackjack table live stream.
$421 million is too much.
With a private dealer who definitely does not appear overworked and underpaid. Okay, I didn't realize this whilst recording, but there's this whole conspiracy theory on TikTok that these girls and some of the boys are actually being trafficked because so many of them appear tired. Honestly though, in my opinion, that's just TikTok.
How are you doing?
For you. I think it's probably just because they're doing all-night shifts and don't get given enough breaks and can't drink coffee on camera, but let me know if you think any different.
What the fuck? Halt doch mal. Die hat einen Anfall, Digga. Yardım edin lan bana. What the fuck? Das ist der Teufel. Siktir, yardım edin lan, bana koyayım. What the fuck? Ich kann das gar nicht angucken, Alter. Die hat einen Anfall, Digga. Die ist fertig.
This When the Fun Stops Stop campaign was completely funded by the gambling industry itself and has been found to be, surprise, surprise, completely...
I would simply not fall asleep while gambling. Hello, Kevin.
Ineffective.
That's so true. Yeah, I would also do that. Shout out to Keffels, the #1 Keffels streamer on Twitch. You will not find a better Keffels streamer.
Because guess what? When the fun stops, you're addicted. You can't stop. And this is exactly the same as Train saying, "Don't gamble, idiots," on stream every time he wins. And in the titles of his streams, it clearly doesn't work. Why else would they be paying him over $1 million a month? One thing that I can defend Train on, though, is the fact that he doesn't seem to have a very young audience. And although that doesn't stop kids from finding their way in, at least he's not actively marketing himself towards them. To entertain children, you need to be shouting "bro" and "oh my god guys" at the camera every 2 seconds. But Train sits there in his
that must be me.
Plain white penthouse apartment, silently clicking replay on various slots most of the time. It's really riveting stuff.
Tyler Nicknam has moved into what looks to be an empty apartment. Listen here, bitch. I don't see what the fuck's empty about this. I have my counter. I have my kitchen appliances. I have my fucking $10,000 couch. I have my $10,000 TV. Maybe if, you know, you had a fucking brain.
But that's where we come to Aiden Ross, another of Twitch's largest streamers. His audience are the
See my counter?
types of people who find it funny when he pretends to be gay when he's not. Because being gay is funny, guys.
This shit is like, because he's just copying fucking Jack Harlow, But like Jack Harlow does this like in an actually funny way, where it's not like the point of the joke isn't just like, isn't it funny that it's disgusting to be gay?
The joke. Aiden's audience is young, and being 20 years old, Aiden is not even old enough to gamble himself in the USA, where he lives.
No, the Will and Hassan stuff, again, it's like in a... Maybe there is a line, but I think they don't cross that line where like the joke isn't just like, isn't it gross to be gay? I don't think that that's the point of those.
Online casino Rubet decided to contact Aiden to offer him a sponsorship to gamble on stream. Rubet offered him
You got called a loser and an NPC for asking why Train is selling gambling to children.
$1.6 million a month. Much more than what Train is getting for a stream.
Because I saw let me find this. I saw this on TikTok and it was actually funny. This is here's an example of one that the sus thing, but it's done in a not weird way. Hello? Is there just no audio? Oh, I turned off the audio, that's why.
Jack Harlow.
Jack, what is up?
Jack, do not say anything sus.
Jack, what has it been like collaborating? Don't step on the
It's okay, you can step on it,
train.
Jack. You Jack Harlow.
But
My
what
fault.
has it been like collaborating with this genius over here?
You don't want me to say it, do you?
Stop playing,
Say
man.
it,
Let's go.
say
Let's go
it.
to the next one.
Say it,
Thank
Jack.
you.
Yo,
Thank you.
this dude means so much to me.
Jack.
Look how well he's dressed. This is my dog right here.
Oh, and you're looking pretty fly tonight too.
He just leaves.
Thank you.
Matching shoes.
I think there's more to that clip. Or something. I don't know. But that's...
Streamer with a younger audience.
It's not... When he does it, it's not weird. There's like a respect, I think.
What did Aiden say to Rubet's proposal? I need Dick. From what I know, Rubet kept Dick out of the deal and went ahead with the $1.6 million per month deal. But because he's only 20 years old and...
Is he 20? That's insane. What did Pearl say? We'll never know. Pearl never typed in the chat.
Rubet isn't technically legal in the States, they plopped him on a private jet to Mexico with all of his lovely friends, aka all of the worst people on the internet.
Right scum, awesome, dude.
78 G's.
8-bedroom villa, luxury villa.
What? Bro, what? Yo,
This is sick as fuck.
These are all our pools. Fucking jacuzzi, bro. Summer, you want to do a hot tub stream, you do it right there. Wow.
I'm gonna take a booty fake right there, up there.
Take one right there. These girls do their squats. Did you do squats this morning?
Yeah.
And I got paid $100,000 to do this. It's the Rubet logo. The whole reason we're in fucking Cabo. This is the good shots, bro. This is nuts. Can you guys believe I'm doing this right now?
I don't know about you, but I can't imagine anyone over the age of 21 enjoying this content. But I guess Rubet don't really seem to care. Back to the debate.
Never back away.
Train reduces to calling Ethan a virtue signaler.
It's unfair.
I love
bad.
that Trainwrecks found out what the word virtue signal is. That was such a big day for him.
Faith, and you are virtue signaling.
By the way, if you ever accuse someone of virtue signaling, you've lost the argument. Stop. So the stream eventually got to a point where the H3 crew looked up Stakes HQ on Google Maps and found that it was in what they called a hut or a shack, and hilarity ensues.
This is their headquarters.
Holy
Go
fuck. Holy fuck.
This is a shed in the fucking
It doesn't matter.
Now what the fuck is the story behind the hut? You're about to learn a lot about a country that you've probably never heard of before. To open a casino, you need to obtain a license to be able to legally operate in the country that you want to trade in. This license basically reassures the government that your casino is fair and not rigged in any way via various checks and balances. When you Google how to get a gaming license for your brand new startup casino, you are digitally slapped in the face by Curacao. Welcome to Curacao, a small island only 40 miles long just off the Venezuelan coast. And recently, an autonomous island after it broke free from Dutch colonial rule in 2010. Here you can
Was
enjoy
the company
culture.
not located in that place? Shaking my head at all this misinformation.
Cuisine, music, dancing, sandy beaches, or open your very own crypto casino. Curacao is the #1 choice for quick, easy and cheap gaming licenses for your casino for a monthly fee of only
Curacao,
around
just not that shit.
$3,000 per month and 0% VAT and 0% tax. Happy days! Woo! A Curacao license only requires that you have your company based in Curacao and to have your casino servers based there too. It doesn't matter if your company's HQ is literally a shed. This is what we call a brass plate operation. But there are many countries around the world that don't accept Curacao licenses, including the USA, the UK, France, Curaçao's former
Not Canada,
colonial
baby.
daddy, the
#1
Netherlands,
country in the
and
world.
Curacao itself. Yep, licensing bodies in Curacao are handing out gaming licenses
#1.
that its own government does not want anything to do with. So good news, residents of Curacao, of which I'm sure there are many watching.
This is a perfect video. We should do a big prediction. Heads or tails? Outcome 1 is heads. Outcome 2 is tails. 10 minutes. Everyone in. Everyone in on the prediction. I want to see some VIP gamblers. Some high rollers in on this. All of your posting points. Posting points are, of course, priceless insofar as they are not an equivalent that can be used for the price. They do not have value.
If you want to play
Get in, get in. We got 300,000 on tails. Let's go,
an
dude.
online casino based in your own country under a license,
I will do the heads or tails thing. I will flip it. I'll flip it again, obviously. This isn't the one. But when it finishes, I'll flip again.
granted by an official body based in your own country, you can do that by traveling to Canada or Australia. You cannot get a casino gambling license straight from the Curacao Ministry of Justice, which is their official.
No, this did not count. This did not count. I'm flipping it again afterwards. Everyone get in. We got 660,000 tails, 700,000 heads. We need more.
Governing body, but
You got
some
10
time
minutes.
ago they issued 4 master licenses to 4 separate organizations who in turn issue sub-licenses to individual casinos. In fact, the government has shed all responsibility and does not participate in monitoring or protecting the rights of players. This gives room to scammers who cheat players scot-free.
Every point on it. We got 1.1 million posting points on tails. That is enough
All
posting
cops
points
are bad
collectively
cops.
to end the stream. Right, guy. Thank you for the 5 months. Let's get those numbers up. Let's get those numbers up. You got like 8 minutes left. The prediction
This is all too often the case. Players experiencing problems with a casino licensed in Curacao have little chance of ever getting help from regulators. So this is why many countries don't accept them. What's more, there is actually nothing in Curacao law which actually stipulates that holders of a master license can legally issue sub-licenses to other companies, and there are even documents showing the Curacao government actually refusing to offer sublicenses to a new master license applicant, with them stating that it would be too difficult for the master license holder to be responsible for so many sublicenses. Yet there are hundreds of online casinos operating under these sublicenses anyway, including Lilibet.com. What? That bitch, me gain.
Is that Estella Can? Yes.
Markle is at it again. Now she's
Why?
commodified.
Are you gonna make fun of me for drinking Stella?
Her own daughter, dragging Our Majesty's sacred name through the mud. Both Steak and Rubet appear to have the exact same company address, The Hut, with Rubet being
Points are away. Amazon gamifies consuming Twitch. I'm playing directly into the predatory loop. Yes, that was the point, I think, of the bet. I think that was
run by a company called Raw Entertainment
the...
BV, and Steak by a company called Medium Rare NV. I couldn't find anything about both of these companies apart from the
Oh, they do cans, yeah.
fact that they're both registered in Cyprus. Something
boy.
tells me that...
Is that a phrase? Is that a Canadian phrase? Tall boy?
This is all set up kind of like this on purpose
like
to
a big can?
hide whoever's behind these operations. Steak and Rubet are both using sublicenses issued by Telephone NV, one of the 4 official Curacao bodies. If you have a complaint to make about a casino licensed by Telephone NV, and you might find that you need to make a complaint if you suddenly realize that your account has been blocked because you tried to withdraw winnings, but they discovered that you were using a VPN when you were playing. Rush Teen happily advertises that the casinos they're working with is VPN friendly. I'm sure Steak would be able to tell Rush Teen to remove this VPN friendly phrase from this ad on his Twitch profile if they really wanted to, quite easily. Just tell him to remove it because it's against their T's and C's to misrepresent the location you're playing from in any way, but they don't seem to have done so. Now, these licenses do some regulations, such as if the casino is found to be using fake software, i.e. it's rigged, then the master license holding body may ask them to remove the game, but they won't require the casino to pay back any losses to customers who may have played the game up until that point. And to be fair to Telephone NV, they do apparently carry out background checks on the casinos that they sublicense, and they are apparently more responsive to complaints than other Curacao master license holders. But they're very elusive and there's barely any information about them online, and finding out how to contact them is a bit of a mission in itself. The reputation of Curacao licenses in general is very...
We got 1.3 million on both. So many posting points.
Very poor in the casino industry, and they are allegedly very lax because they're very cheap, which means they probably don't have enough resources to properly supervise every sub-license that they issue. Basically, it sounds to me like it's a sort of diploma mill of gaming licenses. And holding a Curacao gaming license allows you to easily open a bank account with certain banks who will allegedly quite happily trust that all of the money coming into the account are proceeds from your casino. Think Breaking Bad car wash. Unfortunately, the island of Curacao has been rife with political and financial corruption since its independence from the Netherlands government in 2000.
Was it their first... Oh! You know what? Okay. This is a deep cut. The first leader of Curacao, does anyone know his name? He was very important for its national independence, and he died tragically. What's his name? Does anyone know? I'm very certain it's Curacao. Someone... Joe Curacao, yeah, thank you. Oh, I might be thinking of a different country in the The Caribbean, actually. No, I was thinking of the on
10. It turned out
Never
that the
mind.
first
It's a different, very small island nation in the Caribbean. I'm gonna say this story anyways because it's funny. That leader, I'm thinking of the Antilles. Antilles? I don't know how to pronounce them. The leader of that nation, who was very important to its independence, his grandchildren are the guys who made the I baked you a pie TikTok. This is the Antilles, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong. These guys.
Oh boy, what flavor?
These guys are the grandkids of the founding leader Antilles of the Antilles. These guys. Remember them? Remember these guys? All right, I'll
Prime Minister that was elected for their newly
nation.
autonomous government was taking bribes from a notorious mafia boss, as alleged by the Italian police,
believe it's
who
the
owns
Greater
several casinos and is called the King of Slots. And this guy had so much power over the PM, he attempted to choose his cabinet ministers for him, including a particular banker that he liked, but the operation was uncovered and it was found that the PM was also laundering money himself and was arrested and sent to jail for 3 years, with Corello also...
This cannot be true. Yes, it is. I can't remember which Caribbean island nation, but it's 100% the case. It's in his Wikipedia.
sentenced to 18
The
months.
guy.
On the 3rd of May 2013, a story appeared in the Curacao Chronicle website about a politician, Helmin Veals, claiming in an interview that he had sufficient documents to prove that a government-funded telecom provider had been involved with the unlicensed illegal sales of lottery tickets to minors on the island,
Oh,
and
is
that
it
the profits
Aruba?
were being funneled into an offshore
That's
bank
possible.
to avoid taxes. 2 days later,
Yes, Betico Crows. Betico Crows. You see him? Those guys' last name is Crows. They are genuinely the grandkids of the pivotal figure in Aruba's drive for greater autonomy. That's not a fake. Let me... This is the guy. Jaden Crows, the TikTok guy. Oranjestad, the capital city of Aruba. His parents' name... Oh, wait, never mind. I don't have to do this. They are related. I don't have to... I can do whatever I want. It's my stream. Oh, no, Betico... This is... Sorry. His real name is Gilberto. His... It's real. I'm not... It's real.
Veals was enjoying a beer on the beach with his friends and had let his security guard go home for the day. Shortly after, 2 men approached him and shot him 5 times in broad daylight in front of families and children, killing him instantly. Veals was very popular
What's the number 2 gaming stream?
and had won the 2012
I
elections
am?
by a landslide. His
There's
only
no way
enemies
that's
were the few people...
Oh, sorry. We got the thing. All right. Heads or tails? Heads or tails, baby. So we got 1.4 million on heads. 1.3 on 3 million on tails. There is so much at stake here. Posting points are so important. All right, let's see. Let's see. There it is, folks. It's tails. There it is. Tails is red. Choose outcome. There it is. Don't we love gambling, folks? Isn't it so fun?
People getting rich through Curaçao's systems that he spoke out against. His
2.7 million.
powerful opponents were offshore online gaming accountants, corporate services providers, tax experts, bankers, anonymous tax-exempted criminal shell company holders, plus
Show
the
us the
governments of the
routers.
Netherlands, Curaçao, Aruba, and St. Martin. Together, they'd created the world's largest illegal and unregulated criminal financial offshore online gambling empire ever, under the radar since 1993. The gunman was later found out to be a man from a local drug gang who was
Sorry, it
paid
was-
23.
The content does not match the energy of what we just did. But Swallow, thank you for the 4 months.
€1,000 to carry out the hit. The man who paid him eventually got convicted and sentenced to 25 years in 2017. However, there are many rumours about other suspects involved in the hit who have ties to the Curaçao government and gambling industry. In March this year, Curaçao's former Minister of Finance, who was in office at the time of the first PM, was sentenced to 30 years for fraud and provoking the murder of Veals. His half-brother was the owner of the lottery that Helmin Veals exposed. 2 other people involved in Veals' murder have also mysteriously died, one of them Epstein style. Here on the Mooncat channel, you can always trust any video topic to unravel a dark and disturbing world of deep political corruption and or murder. Subscribe now for more! In the years since, Curaçao's issue with the legality of their sublicenses, of which hundreds are being used around the world, has been neglected. The licenses
Who
remain.
has the most posting points now? I'm gonna need some numbers, some people who won.
Separate from Curaçao's current government, who do not deal with any customer complaints. So, in conclusion, not only are these streamers potentially triggering gambling addicts to gamble themselves to death, but their corporate daddies that they're staunchly defending are
So many
funneling
losses.
money,
So many losses. 50K,
knowingly
38.
or unknowingly into a very secretive network of gambling interests linked to money laundering, political corruption.
You were also doing the Liv YouTube voicing of 20. What does that mean?
And
Wait.
the drug trade. And we're talking billions and billions of dollars. Curaçao's government-appointed gaming control board, however, is currently
the
the
Chills voice.
licensor
Oh, yeah,
for
yeah.
all bricks-and-mortar casinos and are starting to take on online casinos now too, as they sort of slowly catch up with the modernized industry. Perhaps this could be the end for these 4 master license holders who operate independently of the government. Curaçao's money laundering and its ties to the drug trade are currently being investigated by the United States Department of State for risk assessment, with results expected in 2021. So I suppose a lot of the time nothing comes out of these things, but it will be interesting to wait and see what happens. Perhaps one day on Train's stream we'll see the bailiffs turn up.
Alright, Train, we're here! Green and blue, get me in, bitch. Slow down right now and get the green and blue. You fucking owe me 1 good bonus. It's been 2 months. Green and blue, slow down, get me in.
Dude, where's all your stuff? But when this is marketed towards children, it's especially dangerous. And it clearly works. Kids are impressed by money. They want easy ways to make money all the time. That's why you see these kids creators like Jake Paul and the Ace family start up these incredibly expensive courses claiming that they can teach these kids how to get so rich and live in a mansion just like they're heroes. If you just follow what I say and pay me $50 a month, this can be you as well. These kids these days, they get famous playing competitive esports, and the next day they're moving into a mansion that they have no bloody clue what to do with. Real estate has not yet evolved to realize the amount of spotty teenage gamers that are now becoming millionaires. These mansions are still being built for 50-year-old men who garden and play golf and collect wine.
You want to show them the house?
Let's go inside.
Let's do it.
Got this beautiful 160 bottle wine display. However,
none of us drink wine.
Not much to talk about. It's a
kitchen. There's not much to talk about in the kitchen.
This was actually played on by Frank Sinatra himself and many other famous musicians. Thankfully, the owners left this piano here for us to enjoy. This is the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life. We got our own snack bar, boys.
Yo, what up, Moon Clan? It's your girl Face Moon here. I just moved into this sick new pad in Central LA, guys. This is my sports car collection. I don't actually have a driving license yet. I haven't really needed one because me mum just brings me tendies while I scream at other 14-year-olds on Valorant for like 20 hours a day. But like, I've got this sick all-white piano here. I don't really like know how to like play piano, but like, why don't I teach myself like right now? Hey Siri, download sheet music for In My Stussies by Lil Yachty.
I don't break a sweat over pussy. Lit up in this bitch, can nobody overlook me. My bitch so bad and her pussy talk will me. Chopin, eat my ass. No way, bro, that's pretty sus. Is he dead, bro? L.
There's like all these bottles that the old owner left here when he passed away, and his family didn't seem to realise that they were all down here. So like, now I'm like stuck with all these dusty ass bottles, bro. And honestly, I don't even like wine, bro. And it's like probably like super fucked up and like out of date now. But what I'm gonna do, right, is just like yeet them all into the trash and put my Funko Pop collection here instead, because I think that would be pretty fucking dope. This is the kitchen where mom cooks me tendies, and honestly, like, I've never been in here before, and I don't understand.
Do I like what Latino people? Of course. Is that like a Jesse Lee Peterson question? I love Latino people.
Any of these things do. This is the games room, and I will definitely choose playing these extremely clunky and repetitive arcade games from the 80s over being paid to play first-person shooters with my friends on a 64GB RAM Intel
It is
Core
so
i7.
bizarre. You can see this with XQC as well, where his room is just in fucking squalor. And it's like, you are a millionaire.
Gen
You can pay someone to clean your room
gaming
if you have
PC
to.
with AMD Radeon RX 5600 graphics card
what's
in
wrong?
my bedroom on a triple monitor setup. I'll play these all the time. And I just wanted to remind you guys that this is our house, guys, not my house. We built this together, guys, with all of your support. This is our house that I live in. Remember to subscribe and cop that merch so that we can buy an even bigger house next time. See you next time, FaZe Moon Clan fam. Honestly, I can't even imagine what it's like to be a kid these days, just being brought up by esports gamers.
He forgot to pay his electric bill, yeah.
You know who I was brought up by? Men with real jobs. Postman Pat, Bob the Builder, Thomas the Tank Engine, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mr. Blobby. Well, at least he tried. He tried to work real jobs. He tried. How would I have turned out if all they did was flex their wealth on me for hours on end when I got home from school?
Dad, I'm trying to find ways of earning more pocket money.
Oh, well, I've got the perfect opportunity for you, son. You see, there's this new thing which all the other kids are using to get rich, and it's called cryptocurrency. And as a matter of fact, I know the best one you can use to get rich beyond your wildest dreams, and it's called the MILF token.
The MILF token?
Yes, get it now before it's too late, son. And once you've got rich doing that, you can use my code PAT on this online crypto casino to turn that into even more money. That's PAT, PAT.
Wow, thanks, Dad.
Postman Pat, Postman Pat, Postman Pat, and his stacks of cash. Early in the morning, the MILF tokens were soaring. Pat sold out and bought himself a boat.
Check it out.
Pat sold out and bought himself.
Someone was showing me this.
Okay.
The Asmongold's just like terribly disgusting room. We don't have to, it's actually...
Postman Pat, Postman Pat.
that. Never seen an as fat as that. Nicholas Mendoza, Sam Murdoch, Zoe LeChance, Amanda Jones.
That's fine. That turns into the Patreon. That was a good video. This channel is cool. And pretty small. 69,000 subs. I can actually probably... The call I need to take is like probably going to be relatively brief actually. So I probably don't have to end the stream for it. There was something else I had ready to watch. Where is it? Esmond's a good guy who looks after his mom and lives in the attic. Oh, that's cute. Put on a show to babysit us. That is true. I could just do not even a show probably. But there's something... Fuck, what was it? Hassan just leaves for 20 minutes sometimes. Yeah, true. Your room is messy. My room isn't actually that bad. Oh yeah, we can do the Jarvis playlist. I think that might have been it. My room isn't that bad. It feels weird to be in a gross room for too long. You know what we can watch though? While I pull up that.
Oh boy, what flavor?
The grandchildren of the founding father of Aruba.
Why did you make me this way?
Where's the video?
Oh boy, what flavor?
Let's see if I can. Should be in my history somewhere.
I'm hungry.
I clicked on it.
Why did you make me this way?
They're not related. That's you're being a hater right now. I don't need this. They're so cool, dude. I honestly love them. I'm not even joking. They're so cool. They're so cool. It was ironic initially because you all hated it so much, but I do genuinely think it's cool. This is, yeah. We already watched this. I guess.
I grew up in an average family. Me, mom, dad, and two of my siblings weren't remarkable in any way, but we were still happy and got along with each other. That is, until my father died.
It's just so inappropriate. Like, you can't just say anything and hide behind the guise that you're telling a kid's story. You have to have some responsibility. I'm sorry. Let's turn into a rant. I didn't want to end on a sour note, but I don't know how to end. Jarvis died. Hi, I'm Jarvis, and welcome back to the bad times. Things are bad now.
Did I miss the second one? Oh, okay.
I just wanted this to be a fun video. I really did. I was like, oh, let's talk about animations, because those are always fun.
This is
the worst
about
thing that I was planning on talking about.
Fake animated stories that
All
are like...
cops are bad cops.
Seriously, Kamu, thank you for the 9 months. Hello, Hessa. How are you doing?
Was...
These are fake animated stories for like they're like click farms for like children because like 5-year-olds watch YouTube and then they're like, yay. Then they watch the ads.
This story that went viral of a prince that was pursuing a princess.
Once upon a time, there lived a maiden so beautiful. I do so want to love her truly.
And then at the very end of the story, the princess turns ugly.
That morning, when the prince went to see Dina, she sat with her face away from him. Dina!
But the moral is that the prince...
It's Claire Penis. Many are saying this.
Accepts her anyway.
You think I care how you look?
What was that tweet someone had where it's like... Actually,
you
no, I
shouldn't
won't
worry so much about your looks out there, young kids. Except for by ugly, they mean black.
We don't call her Claire
Penis
Penis
she is
for
not
nothing.
as beautiful. Her glow is gone and her face is scarred.
So that's upsetting. So then I was like, what else can I talk about? And I figured, hey, why not check up on our favorite animated story channels like Actually Happened and My Story Animated. You know, the ones that tell completely true stories from kids that aren't made up whatsoever. But the problem is that these animated story channels have gotten too bad.
I
They've
assumed
gotten
he
too
did.
bad. It's like
Yes,
almost
'cause
not
you
funny
thought it
anymore.
was funny.
It's to the point where I think YouTube has to do something about it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there are these animated story channels where they pretend to tell stories from kids that are provably lies. And if you look at their videos, it's like the most sensational stories imaginable. My stepmother hated me, so I had to move out. I was switched at birth with another baby. I got pregnant at 15 and my boyfriend is shocked. Like, we'll get into this. So they got popular. I think they have like 3 million subscribers now, and that spurred a bunch of copycats, the main one being My Story Animated, which is another fake channel by a random Israeli app developer. I've talked about that before. Oh, one thing I left out of it actually happened is that in my first video about them, I found that they were like stealing the stories from Reddit, and also
Yeah, that's true. Proletaire's full name was almost Claire Beats.
found like a job posting by them where they talk about how
There's
you
a
just
ring
make
to
up
it
the story.
in-
It just
in
needs to sound
French.
plausible.
You can use as references the stories of real people that they've
All
shared
cops are
on
bad
various
cops.
social media platforms. The
Sarah
story needs
Nicole
to be
Roberts,
written
thank you
in
for the 60
lively,
months.
colloquial English. Oh my god. The American viewer should feel that you're
Why are there flies in my room? I don't understand. I have like no garbage. There's like 2 or 3 of them. And I don't know how they got
central
in here.
characters are native English
I
speakers.
hate them
we
so
strongly
much.
recommend writing the text in English and then translating it into Russian.
I just did want to say that I knew how what penis was in French because beat is a very funny word for penis.
And that's fine. That's just the way things are. But the other thing is that they treat these like very inappropriate and serious
It's cold and they're trying not to die. Damn.
subjects that should
I
be
feel
treated
bad
with
now.
care, but they're just like treating them like a soap opera.
Hi, my name is Sophie. I'm 17 years old. I'm telling you this story in order to talk to somebody, hoping that this way I will feel better. Not very long ago,
And it got to the point where I made my own parody animation channel to, I guess, bring to light how easy it is to just lie in an animation for kids. And that went far better than it should have gone. The final stunt that I pulled was that I made a website called animatedstorytitles.com where I randomly generate titles to new animated stories that don't exist based on the ones that do exist. And judging by my Twitter mentions, people are really connecting with that. And it's unfortunately gotten to the point where I can't tell the difference between a real animated story video on YouTube and one that was generated by my website. In fact, let's play a little game. This game is called, is this a fake animated story title generated by a program on Jarvis's computer, or is it a real animated story video posted by a content farm for profit? I'm just gonna say a few of these titles and then you can keep track of your guesses. I was afraid of the government, so I got a baby to save my parents. My parents left me for dead, so I became a star. And finally, I'll become a father at 14. I'm terrified. Please help me. All right, you got your guesses in? Here comes the answer. They're all fake. Oh, this is a crumbled up dollar bill. They're all real. I'm gonna need to warm you up to the fact that these channels are truly horrible. So let's start with something lighter. Like, how about my parents left me to die, but I survived and became a star.
Hi, everybody. My childhood might shock you.
His voice is so intense. It sounds like he's from a dystopian future. In my world, the androids have killed everyone. It's like future Trunks.
When you complain about how little you have, or just take pity on yourself, you must always remember that there are many people in this world that have way less.
I don't know, it's like a little belittling of like individual struggle, you know? Like, you're allowed to feel your feelings. I get that they're trying to be inspiring, but okay.
Let me start from the very beginning of my life. I do not remember it, of course, but when I found out, I was sad and happy at the same time.
They always use so many words to say like absolutely nothing. It's
It
like
is-
in grade school.
There
when you
needs
have-
to be one of these for creepypasta videos. That is an untapped market to just like make 5-year-olds who just like had access.
Have to, like,
There
reach-
are? Oh shit.
the minimum word count for an essay.
There are thousands. Oh no. That is I want to watch them now. Please do send them to me. That's great content.
The dog is brown.
There are
No,
so
that won't
many.
do it.
Please,
The
Heston,
dog
please.
And
that rocks.
when I tell you what color it was, I was both happy and sad at the same time. And you will be too once you hear my story. It is brown.
You see, my family was so poor that when I was born, my mother and father could not afford to pay the doctor who helped my mother give birth to me. Can you imagine?
No. No, I can't imagine.
And you know what happened next? The doctor suggested that they leave me with him as payment for his services.
What? This isn't how
Yes, we'll
medical
watch this
bills
after.
work. Looks like you're short on the bill, so
Mugwine,
fork
thank you
over
for
the
doing-
baby.
I can only imagine what use he would have had for a newborn child.
I also don't know what this doctor would want with a baby unless he's a doctor slash black
It's
market
true,
baby
yes,
merchant.
I love it.
Luckily
yes.
for me, my father managed to
True,
make some
oh
money
shit.
and also borrowed $1 here, a dime there, and raised the amount I was worth.
Is it just me, or does the Super Mario reference seem really inappropriate? My father, he managed to scrounge every last penny to pay the evil doctor for my delivery. Cha-ching!
Grew up as an abundantly energetic child. And to put this energy to use, my father would wake me up at dawn to practice martial arts. We practiced kung fu together, and he also taught me to do simple acrobatics like somersaults and backflips.
All right, weird flex. Simple acrobatics like backflips, but he's so caught up in his martial arts
these are
training
so
that
cool.
he does poorly in school and fails out of the 3rd grade.
So instead, my father decided to enroll me in the drama academy at a local theater school. Sounds miraculous, doesn't it?
Not miraculous. Also, I like how they just put drama masks on like a shrine.
I still remember walking into the musty hall.
They would, you heard your parents are, they would call you Claire Schwantz. I don't know, is that?
Of that school,
I looked it up.
tightly clutching my father's
I'm
hand.
definitely
My
not
fears,
pronouncing that correctly.
if there were any fears at all, disappeared as
That
my
would've
eyes
worked?
gazed
Okay.
upon the dozens of kids, my age and older, somersaulting and playing with swords and sticks.
It's a hilarious Schwanz for dick. That's good.
Like Disneyland to me.
So we definitely said theater school, but the depiction is of a like,
It means tail?
martial arts
That's so cool. That rocks.
fighting academy.
So I very quickly let go of my father's hand and put my little palm into the hand of my new master.
Such a weird sentence. And I put my itty bitty little palm in the palm of my master. But then, the theater school turns out not to be all sunshine and rainbows.
But the magic soon wore off when a child was enrolled in this school. A contract between the parents and the administration was drawn up. According to this agreement, one of the main clauses was that the parents wouldn't have any recourse in the case that their child was injured or even died.
Yeah, that's a standard liability clause. Have you never been on a field trip? I guess they probably don't have field trips at martial arts boot camp.
There was no miracle for me, neither at school nor at home. Unemployment in my home country rose high.
Unemployment in my unnamed home country. They never name where they are
All
in these
cops
stories,
are
which
bad
is
cops.
weird because they're already so fake they could at least pick a specific location. So
Dude,
then,
can you come thank you for the $5? Beat is slang, no? Yes, it's
his parents inexplicably.
most recent Q&A. Oh yes, thank you for the $5. I'm glad you liked the QA premium. The most recent one is on Atlantis, but specifically on Ancient Aliens. We go through an episode, talk about it.
Leave their undisclosed home country
I'm
and
glad
go
you
to
liked it.
Australia, which they do mention by name.
Had to move to Australia.
But don't take him along. I guess that's why the title of this video is My Parents Left Me to Die.
I stayed at the Drama Academy, where we had all kinds of training.
And then while they're describing this brutal martial arts / theater education,
We had to get up at 5 a.m. and train for 15, 16 hours a day. Corporal punishment and psychological pressure was commonplace at this school.
they start dropping like hints about his identity.
At one of the construction sites, a fellow worker took me under his wing. His name was Jack, and I got the nickname Little Jack, which was soon shortened to Jackie.
Is this Jackie Chan?
Jackie Chan.
What? That's not Jackie Chan's origin story. Sure, Jackie Chan went to a theater school, but his parents didn't leave him for dead. They took a real famous person's origin story and then changed the details to make it more dramatic. Can they do this? There's no way that Jackie Chan signed off on this. There's another video that they did called I Was So Poor I Wore a Potato Sack Dress to School. Now All the World Knows Me, where the woman in the thumbnail is wearing a name tag that says Oprah.
My name is Oprah Winfrey.
Are they allowed to pretend to be Oprah? It's at the very least misleading.
That rocks.
Because their audience doesn't know that Oprah
That's
didn't
so cool.
collab with actually happened. Wait, so if Oprah's here, then doesn't that mean actually happened is real? I'm tired of this channel, man. I like how they found an American person to do the voice, but the script is still obviously written by someone who doesn't speak English as a first language.
And this was when I could perfectly see what my life path was all about. I've had thousands upon thousands ups and downs in my life.
So that's actually happened, and they're
thousands ups and downs.
the ones that started it all, and by started it all, I mean they were the first to copy Story Booth. That spurred a bunch of copycats, the main one being My Story Animated. They're famous for such iconically unrelatable videos like I'm Too Pretty and I'm the richest girl at school, and that's embarrassing. We all remember those classics.
All right, 1 second.
Sometimes I just wished we could be a normal family with a normal amount of money.
They are still putting out straight garbage, like this video. I was afraid of the government, so I got a baby. When I initially found this video, it was called The Government Forced Me to Get a Baby to Save My Parents, which... I mean, I'm not sure which is worse. This video is about as bad as you would expect it to be, and I'm not gonna go through the whole thing because it's so upsetting, but I will pick out a few key elements.
My name is Jemmy, and I'm 16 years old. My story begins 2 years ago when my parents and I migrated from our country to find a better life in the U.S.
So for starters, this story is about a undocumented immigrant who moves to the United States with their family to escape some hardship from their home country, which is a very serious topic. And what's really frustrating about these channels is that they take these serious topics and they just like don't treat them with any care whatsoever.
There was no way we could afford the cost and bear with the long process of legal means of living in the United States, so we did what others had done. We became illegal immigrants. Oh, don't be so shocked. We're not bad people. I know it's wrong. I mean, it's called illegal for a reason.
I mean, you didn't hear it from me, but the forefathers of the U.S. were also not in the country legally. And that's the real tea, sis. You know, not everything that is illegal is wrong. Like, for example, in Massachusetts, it's illegal to dance to the national anthem. And that can't be right. What if I want to shake my ass to the Star Spangled Banner?
I am aware that it's not what we should have done, but this was crucial in our case. We didn't know what else to do.
It's crucial in many cases, actually. People don't usually leave their country and uproot their entire lives for kicks. I guess unless they're professional soccer players. Everything was going great. This girl who's... Does she have a name?
My name is Jemmy.
Was it Dimmy or Jimmy?
My name is Jemmy.
Jimmy? Jimmy found work as a maid, and things were going great. That is until she saw on the TV that they deport undocumented immigrants, which has always been a risk, but it scares Jimmy, and that is when she comes up with her master plan.
My parents panicked, not knowing what to do. We've been hiding for long as illegal immigrants, and we knew that we'd most likely get deported. In the rush of things...
In the rush of things? Maybe that's a reach.
An idea popped into my head that I knew could save the whole situation. The thing is, it was too extreme. I thought about it a lot, and eventually, I decided to do it.
Okay.
In one of the houses where I worked, I met a boy who I ended up falling in love with. He was the son of the household. Rich, handsome, and somehow we dated.
That's convenient. She decides that Josh, the child that is also her boyfriend, is the only person that can help her.
I knew Josh, my boyfriend, was the only person who could help me.
That's not true.
He was American and from a wealthy and powerful family.
He looks like Tuxedo Mask.
Maybe if things got more official between us, the chances of us staying in the U.S. would rise.
I don't like where this is headed.
Now I'm not talking about marriage. I wish that would work.
It would work. What do you mean you wish it would work?
So instead, I came up with an idea that was more doable. I wanted to get pregnant.
What? So her plan is to manipulate this boy into getting her pregnant by lying to him. Why is this an animated story for kids? Even though a story like this one could be true for somebody, it's very irresponsible to just turn it into a soap opera with none of the nuance. I was gonna say it gets worse from there, but it just stays equally bad. I've talked about these two channels before, but since I made my last video, there are like 6 other ripoff channels at least. Like this one is called Share My Story, and it's complete with identical thumbnails of the other 2 channels and equally outlandish stories. I graduated high school at 12.
Hey, I'm Mark, and I've always been really smart. That's why school was boring.
It was just too easy for me.
So I just went from 0 to unrelatable in 2 seconds. Their latest video is called My Dad Thinks I'm Dead, and the thumbnail is exactly the same as Actually Happens video called My Friends Think I'm Dead. Down to the color, they all are doing the same videos. Like, I became a criminal and got caught. Steal my boyfriend. Animated. She wants to steal my boyfriend. She tried to steal my boyfriend. My mom stole my boyfriend.
I have inappropriate feelings for my mom's boyfriend. My dad's girlfriend is younger than me. My mom's tried to steal my crush.
There's so many of these channels. I just found one called Teen Stories that I didn't even know about before, and it has 100,000 subscribers. Oh my god. I searched the term "my dad is a deputy" and it comes up on 4 of these channels. How many deputies' sons are writing into these animated story channels? Anyway, all of this sleuthing led me to the worst version of animated stories I have ever seen in my life. So far, we've talked about Actually Happened, Share My Story, Teen Stories, Dory Story, and now, behold, my story. Just my story. And as someone who has their own fake story animation channel that has about as many subscribers as my story has, I don't know how they got the quality so bad. I thought I was spending as little money as possible to get the lowest quality possible, and then I watched my story videos. So let's see, on the surface it looks pretty familiar. My mom stole big money from my dad. My friend stole my dad's car. My teacher took off his pants. The topic's like, I don't know if it's getting lost in translation, but some of the topics are extremely serious and sensational, and they're next to topics that are not at all that. Like, my grandmother is a man. I was forced to get married at 13. My parents became informal? Why is that a video? I became rich really young. I have a very rare disease. And my dad has a mohawk. That's pretty crazy. What we know about all these channels is that they're content farms. They exist just to make money. Almost all of the stories are fake. A lot of them are based in Eastern Europe, specifically Russia. But my story, it takes the cake. It takes all of the cake. All of the cake belongs to my story.
Hello, friends. My name is Mark, and I want to tell you about how my parents became informal.
Oh, so they're not even hiding the fact that this is a Russian video.
And how it all ended for our family.
What does that even mean? It's framed the same way as all of these other videos about these horrific things that happen. And for some reason, it's just like, I'm gonna tell you guys about my dad. He used to wear button-ups around the house, he wears t-shirts, and it's really freaking me out.
When I was born, we had a very normal family.
Yeah, I mean, except for the fact that you had full-grown man arms and legs as a baby.
My parents were typical employees of the system. Dad was an ordinary electrician, and mother was an accountant.
Typical employees of the system? This is like 1984. This is like so dystopian sounding.
We were like everyone else, and we're no different from other families.
We were like everyone else and no different than other families. That's redundant. We were like everyone else, and we were like everyone else.
They dragged me to the car to go on vacation.
I don't know if it's very normal to put $100 bills in a giant jug.
I went to kindergarten and was friends with a lot of kids. I'm not sure if we were happy. I never felt sad as a child.
He responded to that like someone asked him a question. So would you say that you were happy?
I'm not sure if we were happy, but I saw that my parents came home from work each day very tired and depressed. But when I was 7 years old, something happened to my parents. I have no idea why, but they suddenly decided to change everything in our lives.
I guess by informal he means his family bought a motorhome and drove around the country.
They simply threw out their old life and bought a motorhome. We traveled to the most diverse cities of the world.
Hashtag van life.
All our acquaintances just lived with their parents in one place and lived dull lives. But we had a wonderful time and complete freedom of action. It was a bit crumpled in our mobile home.
Damn. I hate being crumpled. I'm trying to come up with the conflict in this video, and there isn't one except for he couldn't play computer games?
More precisely, there was not enough space for one particular thing. A normal desktop computer on which I could play all the up-to-date games.
sounds like an alien wrote this. And combined with the animation, it's just so bizarre. I would like to play all the up-to-date games for I Am Human Child. Also, he runs like he's in Attack on Titan. Literally nothing happens in this story. They just eventually give up their hashtag van life to go back to their normal lives, and that's the end. This channel is the king of taking very serious subjects and just being completely inappropriate. Like, it's so obvious that the stories are fake because they're so disrespectful to who is telling the story.
Hello, my name is Alice, and this is my amazing story about never giving up. I grew up in an average family. Me, mom, dad, and two of my siblings weren't remarkable in any way, but we were still happy and got along with each other. That is, until my father died.
It's just so inappropriate. It's so serious. This video is called I Became a Millionaire at 17, and in case you weren't sure that this takes place in Russia, they are.
Looking back, I am still amazed at how much money I managed to make. It was around 40,000 rubles a month.
40,000 rubles. About $630 a month. That's pretty good. But wait, that makes the millionaire accomplishment seem a little less impressive. The video, My Grandmother is a Man, which is unfortunately a video that has been duplicated across a number of these channels, seems like it's gonna be way more offensive than it is, but it turns out to be like a Mrs. Doubtfire situation. But once again, because they frame the most mundane situations as like these ridiculous revelations, it does come off pretty offensive.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and now I want to tell you about the terrible secret kept by my grandmother.
It's like, it's not a ghost story.
Grandmother began to cut firewood with a chainsaw. I'd never seen that before.
The main reason that I wanted to show you this video is because there's a point where the grandmother injures herself with a chainsaw and just keeps chopping wood.
Then suddenly the chain broke and struck her leg with all of its might. Blood gushed and poured out under her skirt for a minute, but she didn't seem upset and did not utter a word, did not even a groan. Everything was the same as usual, but this was only the beginning of my discoveries.
So that's not very believable at all. And the pinned comment on this video is, "Are you sure your grandmother's not a man?" After watching this video a few times, I'm pretty sure that they only avoided being super offensive by being completely incoherent. So I've kind of held back on some of the worst of the worst in terms of video topics. But one thing that is like completely inappropriate that all of these channels are talking about is teen pregnancy. You know, you saw it in the I Was Afraid of the Government video, but there are so many of these videos and I just don't understand why. And it would be one thing if they were actually sharing someone's experience and giving like a nuanced view of the struggles that are associated with teen pregnancy, but it's treated like a soap opera on channels that are clearly meant for kids. And it's been really hard actually for me to talk about some of these videos because I wasn't sure like how to even do it. But if you search I got pregnant animated story, oh my god, I'm discovering new channels of these I didn't even know existed. You can watch the clear race to the bottom that has happened with these videos with this one specific video topic. I got pregnant at 16, 15, 13, and then my story, this channel that we just talked about, has a video called I got pregnant at 12. Like, how is that okay? And to make matters worse, they don't treat the topic with the seriousness that it requires, especially when you're talking to kids. They treat it like a romance novel.
Hello, my name is Mary, and I'm 19. 7 years ago, a shocking story happened to me, and it
Oh, is it? Wait, did I?
changed
Oh.
my life forever.
Oh, I muted the wrong thing. Did you hear me at all? I muted the wrong thing. I just had I had a business call.
Almost 10 years ago, a tourist club called Atlas
No, okay.
was founded.
Well, it doesn't matter. I was just talking about QAnon. So it went well. I'm going on a CBC podcast on Sunday.
In the neighboring town.
The Canadian Broadcasting Company, which I've never said anything negative about, of course. What is it called? I said this before. What the fuck are they called? It's not firing line. Front burner. Front burner.
Spending a week there, me, my family, and about
So
20
that's
other
cool.
people went out to conquer another mountaintop.
All right, so just to set the stage, the story starts out completely absurd. She's 19. She's saying that 7 years ago her life changed. So when she was 12, which is like the title "How I Got Pregnant at 12," and then they jump back to 10 years ago when she was 9, and is for some reason hiking a mountaintop.
On the 6th day of camping, a terrible storm broke out, and it was soon followed by an avalanche.
An avalanche? This is not a place for 9-year-olds.
The first wave of snow separated me from my parents and knocked me off my feet.
I'm sorry. I know it's a fake story. And I know that I should be serious about this. But she has like a Russian southern accent. Knock me off my feet.
Someone else's hand found me and pulled me up.
Then somebody found me and pulled me up.
It was Carter.
You need to resub to front. Have you listened to Front Burner? Does any? Because I don't. What is it? What is it like? I don't actually.
Who pulled me out of that snowbank?
A 9-year-old boy pulled you out of an avalanche? What?
We barely made it to a tree and clung to each other.
Sorry, I don't. You guys are on a journey. You're an experience in relation to this, and I'm not on it.
I looked into his eyes.
Don't do this.
And that's when I felt the first
I don't know
affection
what's
and
going
chemistry
on.
between us.
Stop.
2 years later, I don't know if it was a coincidence or fate, but I heard a familiar
It's like the day. You mean the Daily Show?
voice.
The
It
Daily.
was him, Carter. We were so happy to
Daily.
see each other. I hugged him tight, and he kissed my neck.
They're 12.
Oh, okay.
Carter changed a
This is a New York
lot, and
Times
it
thing.
definitely was for the
Okay.
better. It's been only 2 years.
I was gonna say that Front Burner sounds like some queer sexual act.
And he already looked like a man.
Why did you make this video?
But I think that's
can't
cool.
keep going. But it gets worse.
My mom
So
was
shout out
crying,
to
and I
the
just sat
podcast.
there feeling completely empty. Well, aside from my baby.
What is happening? There's so many of these videos. I haven't even talked about half the topics. There has to be some sort of community guideline that these videos are breaking. And these channels are only multiplying because the ones at the top keep getting more popular. Not to mention, actually, Happened in My Story Animated have both been featured on the trending page a lot. Kids are watching these videos. 100%. Read any of the comments. These stories are only about 12 to 16-year-olds and their parents. These aren't for adults, and they're animated. I can't believe this isn't a bigger deal to people, because people protested The Simpsons because Bart talked back to kids. Most of these videos have more objectionable content than anything that's animated on television right now. Also, cartoons don't pretend to be real. But like, to me, it's just like this lazy sensationalism that they know it's gonna get clicks and they can make a quick buck off of it, and they're making up the stories, and I don't even know if they're being intellectually honest when they say that, like, oh, we want to like make the world a better place or whatever by sharing these stories, because they don't seem real, and if they are, then it's extremely negligent. Like, you can't just say anything and hide behind the guise that you're telling a kid's story. You have to have some responsibility. I'm sorry, this turned into a rant. I didn't want to end on a sour note, but I don't know how to end. Jarvis died.
As long as I don't end up on the debaters, there was no chance that if someone contacted me and is like, "Would you like to come on our podcast? It's called The Debaters." I would ever do that. Is that also a CBC show? What do they do on there? If I may ask, because it's not like I know what it is. All right, let's do some Christmas horror story Sorry. True Christmas horror story animated. Let's do it. This is all true. It all really happened.
I hate Christmas. I hate it with the most malice intentions ever.
What is this guy? The fucking...
Matter of fact...
The Grinch?
The thought of Christmas makes my skin crawl. I wasn't like this before. I used to cherish the holiday tradition, but all of that's changed now. It all started a couple years back when I was 26 years old. It was the holidays, so Christmas was around the corner while festivities were in full effect. Hey, I'm on my way to pick you up.
I'm excited to go Christmas shopping.
Yeah, me too. Me and my girlfriend Emma had dated since high school.
That is savage AF that he just said that in that voice.
So the bond that we shared was
Damn, this guy has no chill.
something most couples couldn't fathom, to say the least.
Hello, my name is Brendan Wardell for some reason.
I decided to propose to
I
Emma
don't know
on
why.
Christmas. Figured I couldn't go wrong on such a monumental occasion. I remember it being a snowy evening when me and Emma went to the mall to do some holiday Christmas shopping. The mall was bombarded with more shoppers than usual as there was a holiday sale going on in almost every store. I remember being in need of a festive outfit for my parents' upcoming Christmas party as my wardrobe lacked the attire. I decided to check out the clothing store Forever 21 as I could see they had
I love the animation.
a wide variety of selection from first glance. I picked out an array of various Christmas sweaters and headed to the fitting room while my girlfriend waited outside for me. Oh yeah, fits way better than my dad's lame hand-me-downs. Hey babe, how does this look? I noticed my girlfriend Emma.
Oh, it's awesome. Is that merch from their fucking channel? Looking to cop.
Wasn't there. I figured she must have gone back into the store to look at more clothes.
That's fire.
As I left the changing room, I noticed from the corner of my eye that Emma was outside the store waiting in a huge line for something. I ended up purchasing one of the sweaters and began to approach Emma. Hey babe, why'd you leave me hanging in the fitting room?
I wanted to line up and take a picture with him.
Emma, this line is huge. I'll just dress up as Santa later and you can take a picture of me.
He's not Santa, though.
I looked towards the direction of where the lineup began and realized that there were two separate lineups. One lineup was for a professionally taken photo with the mall Santa. The other lineup was for a picture with a man dressed as the Grinch.
Oh, fuck,
We were unfortunately in
dude,
the
let's
lineup
go.
for the Grinch as Emma was a
Awesome.
pretty big fan of the character.
Who the fuck doesn't want to?
I personally found the whole ordeal bizarre considering he didn't have any professional setup like how the mall Santa had.
The flavors.
No
Thank you for the
platform,
14
no
months.
chair, no professional photographer, no elf services, just him and the bench he sat on. I assumed he was one of those street performers that just dressed up for donations,
Nah,
except
he's actually
there
the
was no
Grinch.
tip jar or anything that would allow guests to donate in.
It's actually
Emma,
him.
this guy looks kind of sus. Can we just leave?
Please just relax, Henry. It'll only take a couple of minutes.
I decided to bite my tongue and proceed with Emma's request as there was nothing I could have said that could convince her otherwise. As we got closer to the front of the lineup, I could visibly see the Grinch's eyes light up with exhilaration, almost like I brought a sense of enthusiasm into his day. I decided to be
Brought a sense of enthusiasm. I love this fucking writing.
ballsy and lock eyes with him,
That's right.
just to express
Would you do the sniper copy paste same Ben Shapiro voice? No,
more of
it's too
my
long.
alpha male side towards this weirdo.
What? Okay, awesome. This is getting
As the
good.
line gradually progressed,
This
I
is good
realized that
stuff.
he wasn't making eye contact with me.
No.
He was looking at my girlfriend Emma. It was
He's Grinch
plainly
maxing.
obvious he had an interest in my girlfriend due to the lack of attention he
Absolute fucking
was
alpha.
giving others taking photos with him.
Alpha male.
What the hell is this guy's problem? Why is he checking out my girlfriend? We eventually reached the front of the line and approached the Grinch to take a three-way selfie with my cell phone. Hey, buddy, the girl gets a picture first.
Awesome. That is a perfect fucking Grinch voice. That is...
Dude, that's my girlfriend. I said, get behind the girl, kid.
This is some
Stupid
good...
green prick. Another beautiful hoe.
What did you just call me?
I mean, ho, 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 Merry Christmas. What's your name, little girl?
My name is Emma.
It's crazy that this is real.
Ooh, what a beautiful name to match such a beautiful face. Why don't you come here and sit on Daddy's lap? Dude, what the hell is your problem? Back off, loser. She wants a picture with me, not you.
He's my boyfriend. Don't talk to him like that.
Sit on my lap and be a good girl, Emma, or else Santa won't give you any presents this year. Ugh. I'm putting you on my naughty list, you little brat! That's when we decided to head
Don't you hate it when that happens?
home.
It's fucked that that's real.
I remember dropping off my girlfriend at her place and then heading home to assist my parents in prepping for the Christmas party the following night. My parents were really old school and put a lot of effort into decorating their household, especially during festive holidays like this. Later that night, I remember making myself a glass of hot chocolate spiked with a little bit of my dad's whiskey. I sat by the fire.
Hot chocolate and whiskey? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Fireplace and enjoyed the
That's like a drink that like a 12-year-old would think of.
Crackling ambience while casually sipping on my drink. Figured I couldn't go wrong with that on a warm Christmas Eve.
Oh, this rocks. Okay, yeah, this is another great one.
I remember hearing my cell phone ringing throughout the night. I recall being so intoxicated I couldn't see nor hear anything distinctively. Everything was blurry. It felt virtually impossible to move any fiber of my body, almost like I was stuck.
He spiked his hot chocolate with a bit of whiskey,
In a
and he's just
subconscious state
fucking
of sleep
done.
paralysis. I began to close my eyes and doze off again.
Is it gonna be the fucking Grinch?
A couple hours later, I recall a voice whispering my name. Hey, Henry.
Yes.
Henry, wake up.
It's the fucking Grinch.
It's me, Santa. I could vaguely see the outline of a man that looked like a Santa figure standing in front of me. Bear in mind, I
It's
was
fucked
still
up
in a
that this
groggy
is
and
true.
incoherent state of mind, so making out the gentleman's minuscule facial features was almost an impossible endeavor to comprehend. Hey, Henry, I brought you a Christmas present.
Does it look like a Santa figure? Yeah.
Is that you?
Henry, listen. I want you to open up this Christmas
Those
gift
are,
first
people get those confused all the time. Santa Claus and the Grinch.
when you wake up. Do you understand me?
Sir.
I'm going to leave it right here in the middle of the Christmas tree, okay?
Okay.
I hate it when that
Anyways,
happens.
Merry Christmas, Henry.
Merry Christmas is
Time to go to sleep again, Henry.
I hate it when the Grinch does that to me. When the Grinch puts me to bed.
A couple hours later,
When I'm so fucked up from that whiskey that the Grinch puts
I get
me to
awoken
bed.
by the light from the living room window illuminating on my face. I realized I had blacked out due to the spiked concoction I had whipped up the previous night. I checked my cell phone and realized that I had about 10 missed calls and over 100 missed texts from Emma. I opened the text messages, only to see the text reading,
Hey, is that you? Are you inside my place? This isn't funny, Henry.
and so on and so forth. What I found more disturbing was the last batch of messages, which read,
I knew you were going to propose all along.
Merry Christmas, Henry.
It just kept repeating over and over again.
This part is really
I began
scary.
calling Emma's cell phone and
Oh,
only got her
fuck.
voicemail. That's when I closed my eyes and began recollecting the imagery of what transpired last night.
I began recollecting the
I could
imagery.
vaguely recall someone dressed
This
as
is some-
Santa and leaving
Oh,
a
you want the
present underneath
shroom?
the
Okay,
Christmas
sure.
tree. That's when I noticed a box that
There you go.
looked out of place from the rest
What's
of the
in
presents.
the? Oh shit! What's in the box?
I took the box and
Oh
opened
fuck!
it, only to discover a severed hand.
Oh boo!
The hand had a message on it which read,
Not the head.
"Marry me."
That is such an epic scream. Oh, someone wants to. Damn. You're telling me that this is real? Oh, that's so cool. Can someone please buy me this? I should open a PO box. Buy me this fucking shirt. Horror Shorts Party. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, is this real? And that's why girls should listen to their boyfriends. That's so true. Women are so stupid. This guy looks kind of sus. When the narrator, when he screams, it makes the video funny. Who agrees? I agree. I'm putting you... Lol. Can we just talk about how good the narrator's impression is? Grinch impression? Alright, this is great stuff. True McDonald's Night Shift Horror Story Animated. Yeah, it's fucked. It is fucked up that all these people think that this real story of this guy's wife being murdered is funny. Great gift horror shorts. Merry Christmas. From V for Vendetta. Really liked that one.
This happened to me when I was working at McDonald's. My boss assigned a schedule amongst our staff.
I like the implication that it's just the same guy.
I was unfortunately scheduled for the night shift on Fridays. I didn't usually mind as we didn't get a whole lot of business around this time of night. My boss was pretty laid back and didn't mind if I went on my phone during business hours, so long as I got all
1 million views. This guy made fucking bank off this.
I
That's
remember
so
dozing
cool.
off repeatedly due to the fact that I wasn't fully acclimated with the night shift hours. Psst. That's when I heard someone making a psst sound. The kind of sound you make when you try to draw someone's attention.
Thanks.
I notice a customer trying to make an order outside, so I quickly greet them with my usual, "Hi, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order?" I then heard a man say, "One Whopper, please." "Yes, I would like one Whopper, please." I couldn't tell if he was
That is such an epic voice.
being a smartass or not, so I ended up saying, "This isn't Burger King, sir. We don't serve that here." I heard him chuckling profusely after I said that. I quickly checked the security camera, only to see a clown. The clown was standing in front of the drive-thru menu without a car. It's not Halloween. Why the hell is this guy dressed up like that? I
love the implication that the guy working at McDonald's does not recognize Ronald McDonald. What is this fucking clown? I don't get.
Didn't want to serve
Why are you dressed up as a clown near the McDonald's? Those two concepts do not relate in any way.
this guy, so I decided to use our company policy as a plausible excuse for him to exit the premises.
Oh, it's better than that? Oh,
Hi,
yes.
sir.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you need to be in a vehicle in order to purchase something here.
Yes.
If you don't have a Whopper, I'll take a Baconator instead. I now could tell this guy was some random psycho harassing me. I instinctively yelled, "Get the hell out of here before I call the cops!" I cautiously stick my head out the window, only to see
he's
the
gone.
clown no longer there. A couple hours later, near the end of my shift, I notify my boss and fellow employees regarding the situation. They all dismiss my accusations by saying ignorant things like, "Did you get his autograph?" Or, "It was probably some guy that thought it was Halloween." I annoyingly pretend to be amused and head home. The following Friday...
Did you get his autograph? They're so fucking ignorant. I hate it when my boss is ignorant as fuck about the clowns.
It was my time to work
around
the
my
night shift again.
business.
I really, really dreaded working this shift, especially after what transpired that day. I tried to convince myself that it would be highly unlikely that I encounter that clown again. As time went on, I remember dozing off as I get startled by another psst sound. I urgently check the security camera, but don't see anyone present. At this point, I genuinely thought I was hearing things due to my subconscious mind thinking about the clown. My paranoia must have been at the peak of its height. That's when I turn my head towards the drive-thru window, only to see the clown staring dead at me. "If you don't make me a Big Mac, I will kill you. Trevor." My heart sank to my stomach. The clown knew my name. I immediately...
Wait, hold on. We gotta...
Due to my subconscious mind thinking about the clown. My paranoia must have been at the peak of its height.
The peak of its height. That is such a great...
That's when I turn my head towards the drive-thru window, only to see the clown staring dead at me. "If you don't make me a Big Mac, I will kill you. Trevor." My heart sank to my stomach. The clown knew my name.
The clown knew my name.
I immediately grabbed my cell phone to call the cops, but my hands were trembling so much that I actually wasn't capable of dialing anything. The clown started banging his head on the glass while screaming my name, Trevor.
Is this is real?
Repeatedly. Trevor, 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 I am not loving it. Trevor.
Awesome.
Trevor,
That's so cool.
Trevor. I see
I am
blood
not
dripping down from
loving
his
it.
head. I started
That's
shouting from the
great.
top of my lungs, "Leave me alone or I will call the cops!" The clown runs away as another car approaches the drive-thru lot. I stupidly resume work and wait for my boss to come in. Upon his arrival, I explain the entire situation
I bet he's gonna be ignorant as fuck.
to him. He then dismisses me by saying, "Don't sweat it, kid. It was probably some drunk. You can go home now." As he was talking, I noticed a cut on his forehead.
Yes.
I could even see
What is that? What is this? What?
Goodbye, Trevor.
What?
No. No. No!
What is that? What? It's that's awesome. That is awesome.
A cut on his forehead. I could even see blood start to drip from it.
That's
No. No. No!
that's incredible. That rocks. Adorno would fucking love this, dude. Everyone gangsta till Ronald isn't loving it anymore. The voice acting is absolutely amazing. These are great. Had so much energy. Yeah, this is awesome. Wait, let me. Person who's talking makes it sound like a real horror movie. Laughing emoji. He sounds so passionate. Laughing. Why are y'all so underrated? Yeah, this is awesome. Trevor, I am not loving it. Laughing emoji. Laughing emoji. Best part of the story. I would have to agree with that piece of information. This is a great channel. 3 true Burger King horror stories. Wait, let's see. 4 true OnlyFans horror stories animated. Oh, you better believe that I'm clicking on this. And they're true. Wait, there's no way they're not. They're like fine, right? Like I can watch them on Twitch. That's probably if they're made for children. It's kind of mid. Okay. What are the best ones? Chuck E. Cheese? Oh, yes. Okay.
This video is brought to you by NordVPN.
Yes, dude.
Do you spend a lot of time on the internet? Of course you do.
Get that
However,
bag.
is your data safe? With NordVPN, your personal data is over to
It's like Outsider art.
nordvpn.com/horror shorts party and use the special Black Friday promo code horror shorts party.
I've been holding on to this for a couple of years now and feel like I need to get it off my chest. I had a few years to digest this, and now I'm ready to share my story with the world. I wish to remain anonymous, so for the sake of this story, my name will be Danny. The details of this story remain vivid, but somewhat foggy, as I try to reminisce on the distant memory.
It is also just like the implication that it is supposed to be real. That it's someone's genuine, like, you know, almost dying story, and the start of it is a NordVPN sponsor.
That occurred a couple of years ago. It all started when me and my parents resided together in an old townhouse, which was located in a neighborhood notorious for having a high crime rate. I never liked living there, and neither did my parents. but it was the only thing that we could afford at the time. My parents were a little rough around the edges, considering they had both been through a lot in their younger years. My dad has had a few run-ins with the law, while my mom lost both her parents at a very young age, so seeing them edgy at times didn't faze me at all. Well, I'm doing my best, all right?
Can you do something else? What you're doing isn't working.
I'd like to see you do better.
Well, do better, damn it!
Shut the hell up already. I'm tired of hearing you nag all day.
You shut up, you bum!
Almost every night, I could hear the constant back and forth bickering that occurred for hours on end between my parents.
Fucking women.
They would always fight over what I assumed to be financial related issues, which had only gotten worse over the years. My parents both didn't really make much money on their respective jobs, so hearing them argue was almost a daily occurrence.
I think, yeah, it does sound like her fucking lines are through a phone call or something.
I was always scared that things would turn violent, especially with the way these two went at it. I remember one night, I was in my bed trying to induce myself to sleep by watching a couple of YouTube videos on my cell phone. I could hear the usual shouting match coming from the kitchen downstairs. It honestly sounded like they were at the point where they were going to be in a physical altercation. I pressed my ear against my bedroom door and could hear the distant bickering become more hostile between my parents. I could make out my mom saying,
If you don't get a real job, I'm taking Danny and we're moving out!
"What in the hell are you talking about? He doesn't even like you."
Shut up! Shut up! Shut the hell up!
Damn. That
I
sounds
remember
like they're
hearing
actually
sounds of my
arguing.
mom opening up the kitchen drawers, which led me to assume she was searching for something sharp and potentially do the
Damn.
unthinkable.
Is this real?
That's when I decided to head downstairs and mediate the feud to hopefully put it to rest. As I approached the kitchen, I could see my mom holding a huge knife in an overhand grip, the kind of grip that someone uses in preparation of stabbing someone.
Thanks.
I could also
Thanks.
see my dad holding one of the dining room chairs, in which I assumed was his defense mechanism.
What are you
His defense mechanism.
doing here, Danny? Didn't I tell you never to leave your room unless you have to use the washroom?
I'm sorry, Mom,
Is that voice actor is like...
but I heard you and...
Go to your room, you little turd!
Don't call him that!
Don't tell me what to do, you mother.
She rocks.
Mom, please don't kill Dad!
I said go to your room, Danny!
Chicks rock.
Leave Danny alone and put the knife
Yeah, my 14-year-old mom who only speaks through like a Skype recording.
away, Helen. That's when my mom began piercing the family portrait of us. Except she was only piercing the portion with my dad's face. Mom, stop! Please stop it! It's been a couple weeks after the whole saga had occurred. My parents ended up getting a divorce, which unfortunately left me to reside with my mother. The court unfortunately ruled that my mom would be in favor of getting custody of me due to my dad's criminal history with the law.
The moral of this story is that family court is worse, is terrible, and that it should be abolished. I think that's
Honestly contemplated on
the
running
actual reason that this video is made.
away due to how much I dreaded living with her, especially with how toxic and controlling her behavior was.
The
I would
tyranny
spend
of
most of my
family court.
time locked in my bedroom.
That's the real horror story. Is how poorly men are treated in this society.
Sulking on why I couldn't live a normal life like the rest of the younger individuals in my neighborhood. Why in the hell do I have to live with her? Why couldn't I just live with Dad? He was always the better parent. I can't stand her. I wish she were dead. What made this even worse was the fact that I had a curfew during my school days. I didn't even have time to join any after-school
red
clubs
eye
or
is so
sports
cool.
teams due to
Yeah.
the simple fact that I was too worried about not making it home
He
on
went
time.
twisted for a second.
I remember my mom locked me out of the house for several hours due to the fact
Yeah, this is the title. This is true Chuck E.
that I
Cheese
was
horror
5
story.
minutes
animated.
past my curfew. The one thing I
There we
found
go.
even more aggravating was how my mom permanently banned me from going to the local Chuck E. Cheese restaurant.
That fucking bitch.
Located down the street from my residence.
What is this?
For those that aren't familiar with Chuck E. Cheese,
For those this, this channel rocks.
it's
so
a
much.
restaurant that has arcade games and playrooms for younger crowds such as myself. I enjoyed going there, as it would bring back fond memories of when me and my dad used to go. I usually went to Chuck E. Cheese every time it was my birthday, just as a tradition my dad established when we all used to live together. But all of that is gone now. My mom took my entire childhood away from me, which I find equivalent to ripping my heart out of my chest. She selfishly didn't want me going because she didn't want me to be reminded of my dad's existence. The rules and restrictions I had to abide by really made it difficult to make any friends, which put me in a dark state of mind for the latter part of my life. There was one night where I decided to approach my mom and convince her to bring me to Chuck E. Cheese for my upcoming birthday. I honestly cared more about Chuck E. Cheese than my actual birthday itself, which is why I ended up using it as an excuse to go there. Hey, Mom, can we please go to Chuck E. Cheese for my...
No, Danny, I already told you this.
But it's for my birthday.
No.
I anticipated the rebuttal my mom was going to throw at me.
This shit, like, did they pitch her fucking voice up? I hate it when my 12-year-old mom won't let me go to Chuck E. Cheese.
But that didn't stop me from being persistent with my request.
What is it?
After a few tears and relentless pleading, my mom eventually caved in and agreed to take me there on my birthday.
Let's go, dude.
The exhilaration of going to Chuck E. Cheese after all these months was honestly something
The exhilaration of going to Chuck E. Cheese after all these months.
I would compare to an inmate getting released from jail. I felt so excited, to the point where I didn't even care about anything else. Just me and the place that I once grew to love. My birthday eventually arrived.
Wait,
cops
what?
are bad
So,
cops.
What is this? ENTP Joker, thank you for the year.
Place that I once grew to
So
love.
he's become twisted because he doesn't get to go to Chuck E. Cheese.
My birthday eventually arrived, and it was time for me to finally visit Chuck E. Cheese once again. It was about the evening time, so the venue was usually packed to full capacity. I couldn't help but marvel
Brian,
at
thank
what
you
was
for
in
the
front of me,
$5.
as I genuinely felt I was a kid in a candy shop. Pinch me. I must be dreaming. I immediately started playing the arcade games while my mom wandered off to grab some food. I remember being so hungry, but at the same time so infatuated with every arcade game that was in front of me. I couldn't help but indulge in countless games, as I knew this could be my very last time at Chuck E. Cheese. That's when I felt a strange tap on my shoulder.
That's such an epic game.
I turned towards the direction of where I felt the tap, only to see a large Chuck E. Cheese rat mascot hovering over me. I was a little alarmed that the mascot would approach me, considering there were hundreds of guests in attendance. Hey, Chucky? The mascot didn't say anything. He just stood there staring at me with his big elongated eyes.
Is this true? Is this a real story?
I noticed he had red stains on his costume, which I assumed to be pizza stains. But then I noticed the stains had transferred onto the shoulder area of my shirt from the tap
Pizza stains.
did earlier.
Stains from the pizza is what I assumed.
I now knew that these were definitely not pizza stains. They had to be blood stains of some sort. Chucky? Is she gone? Yeah, she is.
What?
Here, take my hand, Danny. I missed you, Dad. I missed you too, son.
Wait. What? Stupid fucking. These are so cool because they're like trying to tell his story. They're, I guess, like they're trying to tell an actual story with a twist, but he's so fucking bad at writing. Like, so it's just like the dad was Chuck E. Cheese, and he also killed his mom. That's incredible. That's remarkable. That's so cool. True Chuck E. Cheese Horror Story animated. Oh, is it existing creepy? Oh, that's even better. That's so cool that it's also stolen. That rocks. Go stop. You've posted this like 10 times. I read most of the chats. Is this an animated Chapo story? Sure, we can watch it.
Get into this was the social event of CPAC, a Benny Johnson creation.
Oh, this is
his
like
new
a
job as
well-done
Toilet Paper
animation,
USA's
okay.
creative director. Someone forwarded us the invite. It was called the America Fest.
America Fest.
And the actual email was just like a night of bourbon, beer, and bacon for me. I'm not exaggerating. And it's
I genuinely, it sucks that I'm trans just because I can't, like, it's so much harder to go to these things as a bit. Like, you stand out.
signed off with Dilly Dilly.
Oh, and the icon was a dabbing astronaut.
Oh yeah, and it was at Cadillac Ranch, which is
A bar called Cadillac Ranch.
which is one of those fake.
I like how Matt is in the outfit. You know the classic photo of Matt where he sort of looks like a baby?
At Cadillac Ranch, which is
a bar called Cadillac Ranch,
which is one of those fake ass Western honky tonk chain. It's got a fuck.
Oh, fuck. I remember this.
Poggers.
That's so awesome. Yes.
Fucking Cadillac on the roof. It's wacky.
It was like stepping into Benny Johnson's brain, and there was the drinks menu was just like.
Thank you for showing me this channel, Hessa, by the way. Because this is a gold mine.
Hold the wall, whiskey neat.
Yeah. If you're still here.
Mexico will pay for it, tequila sunrise, and then just the Kavanaugh, which is just a beer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they didn't even have any puns.
Again, and the only way it was
Thank
done
you.
up to make you
Me
know
too.
that it was America Fest. This is like Benny Johnson's projection of what makes America YOLO and epic, and the answer is punks. All throughout the bar were life-size cardboard cutouts of Chris Pratt, Tom Brady, Tim Tebow, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and
Jackie
Drake.
Chan. Jackie Chan
And there was
also.
Jackie Chan too. The only cardboard cutout of a
The fact that they added Drake is such a funny. That is so funny.
was of Marilyn Monroe.
No, also
wait, no,
Melania.
there was-
or no,
there was an
Monica Lewinsky.
There was an AOC one that was just there to be yelled at and defaced.
And Charlie Kirk was there. DJ TJ showed up.
Don
and he did a
Jr..
Idiot knucklehead speech about how you guys have the balls to be assholes on college campuses, and I love you for it. Yeah, no, I felt like bone deep despair. I was feeling like Reverend Toller. No, I was on some like Maoist third worldish shit where I was just thinking like, oh, we're all on the same side. These guys aren't my enemy really. I mean, we're all in the Imperial Core. We're all the exploiters. Like we're the bad guys in this story. We need to be destroyed. Like no disentangling me from them. We are all accountable for this. No, I felt deep despair.
This is such a good
And I also
animation.
finally got the concept of Zen fascism. These guys have embraced like a Buddhist concept of nihilism, where it's just, look, we found ourselves by total random fact of fate to have been born at the end of this imperial moment. We have access to this incredible bounty of exploitation, of the bounties of exploitation, and we're gonna fucking use it and have fun. You're also in the same boat as us. You were born in the same situation. You have access to this same bounty, why don't you just enjoy it? Yeah, everything's gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. Sure, it's not sustainable, but we're gonna be the last to die, so why not enjoy it? Why fight against it? And I actually finally got the point of all of that hypocrisy mongering that Republicans do, where they say, oh, you drive a car. Oh, you use a cell phone. It's not to try to get you in some petty hypocritical gotcha. It's to say, we're all in this together. We're all on the same side. Why don't you just enjoy it? Why are you torturing yourself? Why are you like,
oh, this is actually bad, and oh no, we're exploiting all these people.
Yeah, but that can't change it. You're in this situation. Just eat the fucking slider, drink the goddamn beer, and enjoy yourself. Trigger the libs, have fun. Because they always have that voice in their head, and that's why they need to trigger libs all the time. They need to push it out. They've embraced this nihilism, but they also know what they've done, and so it's never good.
That's why I think this is before COVID. That's why they hated lockdown so much, because it's like, I want my little treats. I want to go to Dairy Queen. I want to go watch the new fucking Emoji Movie or whatever. I want to watch the animated plane movie where they're doing dabs.
It's going to be
they're
actually
like
fun.
dabbing.
They're never going to really be able to be decadent. They're never really going to be able to be purely hedonistic. They need to have
It's a
an enemy that
treat-based
they can
society.
smite at any given moment, to smite their conscience.
That is a good animation. Real horror. Oh, this is an hour long though. It's a very long video. It looks cool though. I'll ask chat, do you want to watch this? Minute long poll. Manage poll. Watch. Yes, no, and you can pay to have your vote do more. Do you want to watch this? Because I like money. Is the reason. Let's see. It's more no at the moment. It's going back. How do you get polls on mobile? It's like exclamation. We can exclamation point poll. It's not getting skipped. I like money. I live like a capitalist every day. Give me money. Clip it, you cowards. Oh, it's very even. It's extremely even. It's 2 off. 3. All right, the answer is no. By 3 votes. So I'm sorry. Crazy. The nays have it. What should we watch? Oh, there's a new... Yes.
Hey.
We got this is beautiful. This is beautiful content.
Cops.
Alana, thank you for the 5
I
months.
watched a few episodes
Thank you
of
for
the
doing
D'Amelio Show,
capitalism.
which is a new reality series on Hulu about the most famous TikTok girl and her very boring family. And I am confused. I turned this on expecting to make a video about all the funny cringe moments in a day of the life of the wacky TikTok sisters, and instead, I think I feel bad for them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, I want to walk you through what my thought process was as I was watching the show, trying to collect my thoughts. My original take was, this family is so boring, oh my god, why is this a show? You see, I'd been really intrigued by the idea of the D'Amelio Show ever since I first watched a promo, I think it was last year.
All right, so what do you think is going to happen on this show?
Are you like flipping tables?
Oh wait, he's taking me $20. Can I pay you to watch? All right, we'll watch it after this.
It was so awkward and forced and made a lot of people wonder why the hell they were
Sounds
even
good.
making this. Fast forward to a few months ago, they released a...
Oh, is that?
Made a lot of
is
people
that
wonder
Doink
why
Patrol?
the hell they were even...
It was like, watch the trailer. It was like eating an entire sleeve of saltine crackers with no watch. Banger post.
Making this. Fast forward to a few months ago, they released a more in-depth trailer of what to expect, and it featured some
unfortunate editing.
Being normal kids, that doesn't change with following.
I still have to make my bed.
I'm sorry, did you just say she still has to make her bed? Ew, that's something only peasants do. I just assumed at this point they had so much
D'Amelio's dad is so cool. Wasn't there that thing where he has like a DUI?
money that every morning she'd wake up and throw.
I'm checking if that's.
All cops
I'm
are
trying to see
bad
if that's
cops.
whether that's slander or not. Reportedly drunk driving with Charlie, who was 9 years old at the time. Crazy. Homeless stranger, thank you with 10 months.
Her sheets into a pit of fire while robots put new ones on the bed. But I guess she's just like us. And finally, when the show actually aired last week, I was able to
Read this tweet. Not sure when I became a white guy. I grew up an Italian boy from New York with the last name D'Amelio, living in Connecticut. I always felt inadequate. We have a story that our skin color may not tell.
tune in to some riveting
That's so true, Mr. D'Amelio.
television.
Is that what you did all day?
Yes.
Yeah, because he was like a Republican, failed Republican politician, was he not?
Went to the gym. I got gym, and then I went to the gym. You went to the gym today? I don't have a can opener. I have some soup.
Do you want soup?
Handle things similarly. Everyone calls him a golden retriever. He's literally a golden retriever.
He literally is a dog. He's covered in fur from head to toe. He always barks at the mailman. He does have fleas, but he's taking medication. For their own sake, I'm glad that they seem like normal, down-to-earth people. If they were famous and dumb, it would make life a lot harder for them. But the appeal of reality TV isn't so much to watch regular people do stuff as it is to marvel at the terrible choices made by screaming lunatics. Like, I have a generally higher opinion of this family than I do of the Kardashians, but Keeping Up with the Kardashians is an objectively funnier show.
Wait.
My earring's gone!
Are you We'll find it, baby.
That's such a classic.
We're not gonna find it in the ocean. My diamond earring came off in the ocean and it's gone. And there's people that are dying.
On top of that, the editing is really weird. They'll randomly split the screen in half sometimes to show.
This is perfect. It's like the fucking TikTok reality show. All of the new TikTok things are objectively worse than the things they're trying to copy. It is a marked downgrade in culture.
The same shot twice. They keep putting these hate comments on the screen that were all posted 3 minutes ago with 2,100 likes. And I get what they're going for here, but sometimes it just feels like you're watching a bad dramatization in an anti-bullying PSA. But it's not really their fault that
There's
that's
no
how
bot.
it
Culture
plays.
just keeps
It's
getting
just
worse,
the
by the way.
editing.
That's what's
The
going to happen
D'Amelios come
until
off
the
as
world
an
ends.
extremely normal
cops are
family
bad
that was
cops.
just living their life until one day one of them accidentally became the queen of TikTok. This is all still brand new for them. It's probably very overwhelming, and they're all just kind of along for the ride. A ride
All
that
cops
seems
are
to be
bad
heavily
cops.
piloted by other people, which brings me to my second take. Boy, these managers sure do make a lot of decisions here. I get this really weird feeling in my stomach when I see the way these agents and executives start planning out an entire year of a teenager's life.
So what this is it's a look at your 2021. This is the major things we're focusing on, starting a clothing company, and then you have books and TV shows. So
let's see just how many business ventures we can start all at once.
So how do you feel about 2021?
I think this is definitely a lot more stuff than I thought I was doing.
Hell, this Hulu show.
Oh, Ashley, thank you for extending your sub through October. Thank you. I'll go back. Oh no.
What this is,
I get this really weird feeling in my stomach when I see the way these agents and executives start planning out an entire year of a teenager's life.
So what this is it's a look at your 2021. This is the major things we're focusing on, starting a clothing company, and then you have books and TV shows. So
let's see just how many business ventures we can start all at once.
So how do you feel about 2021?
That's genuinely so fucking awful.
2021.
I think this is definitely a lot more stuff than I thought I
That she's a fucking child.
was doing.
It's just like all of these people dependent on her fucking doing the shoot dance
Hell,
or
this
whatever.
Hulu show is part of the plan. The only reason this exists is because of these guys. In my own personal experience
That's
of dealing with people who
they're the bad guys in the show. Like the fact that they would present that in the show is insane.
Stand to make money off of you, it can be difficult to always know when they have your best interest in mind because they often don't. Hollywood and now social media are industries full of parasites, and a lot of these big management companies have a funny way of making you think that their ideas are your ideas. They can be very manipulative, often in subtle ways, to get you to agree to do the thing that they want you to do. I'm not saying that this is what's happening here, but I am saying that this does happen a lot. And on top of that, to be a teenager...
If you're a fucking child and your like parents are in on this, that's what's happening. I'm sorry. Like...
to not even be old enough to fully know who you are and what you want to do and don't want to do. It's historically really easy to...
That, like, people shouldn't have clout when they're young. Like, that would that genuinely fucks with your brain. Like, that amount of people knowing about who you are.
Be taken advantage of. They talk about that a little bit in this documentary.
Yeah, I trusted a lot of people, but at the same time, a lot of the people I trusted did me very wrong.
There's already a lot of pressure put on young social media stars to do as many things as they possibly can because you never know when it's all gonna end. Better make that money now, sis. You can sleep when you're old. And gross. And there is some truth to that, but it can also have the opposite effect. You do too much and burn yourself out. You start to resent your work and no longer get any joy from it. But that pressure to say yes to everything is real. There's a guilt that sneaks up on you when you think about turning down a brand deal or a business opportunity just because, well, I don't really feel like it. Wait, am I a piece of shit? You're not, but your brain might make you feel that way. Your anxiety will convince you that your career is gonna crash and burn tomorrow, and when it does, you'll wish you'd capitalized more on things while you were still relevant. Another thing I wonder about is like, the $14 million house they live in. Is she paying for that? You'd have to assume so, right? Because they weren't multimillionaires before TikTok. I only bring that up because that would add to the pressure she's already under if her family was more or less financially dependent on her. Because then it's like, how do I say no to things I don't want to do? If I don't do this Pepsi Max sponsorship, are we gonna lose this house?
I've just literally had no time to like actually do anything, which is the thing that sucks.
Again, I'm just speculating here. I don't know the ins and outs of their financial situation, but this is something that does happen. Jeanette McCurdy has opened up about this, that she didn't even like acting, but felt like she couldn't stop doing it because at that point her family relied on her for income when she was a child. I don't know if it's even remotely close to being the same thing for Charlie, but I do know by watching this series that she and her sister have a lot of anxiety. They have panic attacks. They have these severe emotional breakdowns, most of which stem from the circumstance.
They're having a panic attack and it's content. Like, you can't even just have that and be like... The panic attack is put into the content sphere.
I don't think young people should be allowed to be famous.
It makes me think of child actors and the agents that they have to hire. An agent's entire job is to get their client to do gigs because they don't make money unless their client makes money. So they're going to do everything they can to convince them to do everything they can, which can lead to someone who's still in the middle of puberty to get spread so thin that people start making videos about them like, this overworked kid isn't very nice sometimes. She was so rude that even Ellen kicked her off her show. Oh no, Millie, don't tell me you looked her in the eyes. That's her one rule. Just kidding, she has several rules. Remember when the paparazzi caused Britney Spears to have a very public meltdown so that the paparazzi could film her having a very public meltdown, and then everyone was like, how could this have happened? She must be crazy, because there's no way this was caused by extenuating circumstances. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. I'm not saying that that is a path that the D'Amelio sisters are going to go down, and I certainly hope it's not. They do seem to have a good support system around them, but it is extremely difficult to navigate fame as a teenager. And it was about halfway through episode 2 when I arrived at my third and final take, which was, oh shit, I think I feel bad for them. For better and for worse, social media has democratized the process of becoming a celebrity. No longer do you have to audition for hundreds of roles in hopes of finally getting your big break. You can just make stuff and people see it. And if it's good, then a lot of people see it. And if that happens, then you can make a career out of it. You can film yourself on your phone in your...
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the fact that someone came up to me yesterday and said, "Are you from TikTok?"
Your bedroom and become rich and famous. It is the greatest thing ever. And also,
that's all I can handle. I don't want anything more. I mentioned this at the start of the stream. They took a selfie with me. They did, Volgi. They did. They took a selfie. It was like, can I take a selfie? And then we... How old? They were like probably like an undergrad. It was on campus.
Also kind of the worst thing ever. Because I feel like
it's just so weird. It's such a strange... any more of this I could not tolerate. I would go insane if I had like this amount of clout.
What's happening more and more is you have these children who become famous and then have to figure out what they're good at, rather than the other way around, which makes more sense. You act or sing or write music for several years until you're so good at it that people start giving you recognition. And at that point, you're confident in...
I think they also knew me on Twitter, I think. It wasn't just... I don't know, man. It's not... Being perceived is not particularly enjoyable. I can't comprehend that people are watching me right now, so I don't care. Like, it's different. Like, if I was speaking, I guess it's like 500 people. If I was speaking in a room of 500 people, that would be insane. I would hate that. But it's like, it's different online. When people perceive you online, it's different. To see people there's something really weird about that.
Your abilities because you've had time to hone your craft. But
Do
now
not monk us there. No, that makes
often
it worse.
I feel like we're reverse engineering this process. You know, a teenager gains a massive following for doing more or less nothing, and then someone swoops in to try and figure out how they can capitalize off it. Hi, nice to meet you. You said you're a child? Not anymore. Now you're a brand. Dixie, for example, has become sort of just famous by proxy. She even admits in the show that if it wasn't for her sister posting TikToks in the first place, she would never be where she is today. So now she has this amazing opportunity to become whatever she wants. She tried acting for a little bit.
Everyone
that
takes
didn't really work out. So now it's like, okay, I guess we'll just turn you in.
I thought you meant in real life. I thought you were like, everyone take videos of Liv leaving her apartment and send it to her. Wouldn't that be such an epic prank?
Into a pop star? So the show highlights Dixie's process of trying to become a singer, even though she's not naturally a singer. She'll be working with this vocal coach who's trying to get anything out of her, and she's too nervous to sing because the cameras are there. Which I get, you know, I'm pretty self-conscious too, but also like, I went to school with singers. They would sing in front of anybody. They would just go around singing their thoughts at all times. Even if it drove people crazy, they would never stop singing. And that's where it can be almost kind of frustrating to watch, because you know there's so many talented people out there who would kill to have the audience that they have, that could be so successful if they had access to the resources that the D'Amelios do. And she has all of that and doesn't even know what to do with it. But at the same time, it's not her fault. It's not their fault that 100 million people decided to make them the most famous family on TikTok. It's not Dixie's fault that she's now so popular that every single thing she does will be endlessly scrutinized. And that's where she's in sort of...
I mean, you can also stop posting.
An impossible situation. With anything in life, failure is a part of...
They're like children, so there's like a pressure on them. So I think it's different.
Success. You have to fail some so you can grow. And it's gotta be so fucking hard to fail in front of millions of people, many of whom are rooting for you to fail for no reason. Dixie has gotten a lot of hate for her music because, well, it's not very good. Sorry. But when she sings live, she actually has a decent voice. The problem for her is there's so much more that goes into music than just having a pretty good voice. You need to be able to not just write lyrics, but also melodies and the instrumentation, and have an idea of the entire production in your head as you're writing. And she hasn't had time to learn all of that.
Well, but she has ghostwriters, right? She's not writing the songs. It's for, especially for any most larger musicians, like pop musicians, it's like 100 people making the music, right?
Yeah. So
it's that her ghostwriters suck.
She's in a position where all she has to do is just write down that she's feeling really, really, really sad, and that, you know, of course makes her feel really, really, really bad. Really, really, really bad. And then she just kind of gives that to her.
Maybe she did write these, actually.
really, really, really bad.
No, she didn't. They're targeting this for like 12-year-olds. That's why it sucks. Yeah, this is a collaborative effort that's creating a brand. It's not just her writing.
And then she just kind of gives that to her team and they microwave it together and sort of overproduce the shit out of it until it doesn't even sound like music anymore. Oh, and Wiz Khalifa's gonna do a verse too, because why the hell not? Quit your crime while you messing up your makeup. I think Dixie has the potential to make really good music a few years from now. But in the meantime, she's gonna have to repeatedly fail in such a public setting that it's gonna be really discouraging for her. And she's gonna have to power through all that if this is what she wants to do. So I can see both sides of the argument, where one side would say, well, you know, she's lucky to have everything she has. I don't really feel bad for her at all. But you also have to acknowledge that the spotlight she didn't necessarily ask for is as much of an obstacle as it is an advantage. Would you rather suck at something you're trying for the first time in front of 50 people or 50 million people? I genuinely feel bad for Charlie and Dixie when they talk about how much pressure they're under. I can relate to a lot of the things they described, and their spotlight is 100 times bigger than mine. Unfortunately, the only way out of it is to...
Yeah, as a professional podcast host / Twitch streamer, I can totally relate to a lot of these issues as well. It's lonely at the top, you know what they say.
Just accept that this is how it's gonna be. All of your dreams have come true. But you gotta take...
No, and not end BreadTuber, not that, no.
Take the good with the bad. A lot of people are just gonna hate you now, no matter what you do. It's almost never justified and it's really hard to ignore, but the only solution is to find a way to not let it affect you. And that's a skill that takes time, because of course you want everyone to like you. Of course you want to find validation from other people, but you can't seek that out until you have a solid foundation of self-confidence to fall back on.
But you liked it, right?
I mean,
and you're still proud of it?
Well, no, now I feel like it sucks because that's what they made me think.
I think the ideal way to come up in this industry is through slow incremental growth. Your work gets better as your audience gets bigger, and by the time people really start to shit on you, you already have a pretty thick skin. But when you're practically like an overnight sensation, you're just not equipped to handle any of it yet. At the end of the day, most people aren't gonna have much sympathy for rich people, especially if they don't personally see value in the methods they use to get rich. For a lot of them, it won't matter what else a celebrity could possibly be going through in their personal life. It will never be as bad as having to work 2 jobs, struggling to pay bills, living through financial insecurity. It's sort of like, oh, you feel sad because you have to read hate comments in your mansion. If only your phone had an off button. But I do feel like these are somewhat unique circumstances. For one, they are children. They did not ask for this. But also, they're not just famous, they are the most famous. I would never want to be the most of anything. Put me somewhere in...
Wait, how many is it? Oh, 120 million.
In the middle. Give me all the benefits of being like a mid-tier internet celebrity without the stress that comes with having 100 times more of everything.
So someone like predicted my death, and apparently they predicted like a bunch of other people's death, but instead of dying, I posted a dance video. So people weren't nice because they thought I was gonna die.
Fuck that. I don't want that. I think it would be fair to say that the D'Amelios don't deserve to be as famous as they are, but they certainly don't deserve to be hated this much. I just hope for her and her sister that they can make it through this period in their lives.
It's never about what people deserve, because that's never like what people have.
Unscathed.
It's not like if you think about that too much, at least in the current state, about individuals, you'll lose your fucking mind.
And not let this industry completely destroy their mental health. Well, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. Sorry, I think I forgot to put jokes in this one. This topic ended up being a lot more serious than I expected when I first started writing it. But I will make up for it by doing a really funny brand deal. Hey,
Who's the pretty boy? I don't know. Who is it? You mean Drew Gooden? Are we referring to Drew Gooden as the pretty boy?
The deal with airline food, right? You know, it's like, it's cool and all that we're defying gravity right now, but what's a guy got to do to get a slice of pizza around here? You know? Yeah, if I was a flight attendant, I would just serve everyone HelloFresh.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God, he's doing it again.
Get off the stage! All right, maybe that wasn't the right setting to do a sponsorship, but you know what? I've been using HelloFresh long...
This is good.
Hey guys.
Did we watch? We didn't watch this.
This video is sponsored by...
Drew videos are great. We
do not want. And the channel that's always on is Buzzer, which plays a bunch of ancient game shows that have aged horribly. You'll have a show where the grand prize is $40. There's always ads for like
I do owe you Jack the Ripper. Okay.
Let me know.
All right. Let's see. Ace paid $20 for this. Thank you for the $20.
In the late 19th century, the city of London was the largest in the world, a sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the autumn of 1888, an horrific story emerged from the capital's East End. A story so dreadful it sent shockwaves around the world. One after another, destitute women of the East End fell victim to a vicious killer known as Jack the Ripper. Despite an extensive manhunt and a few close calls, the Ripper was never caught. Instead, the murders came to an abrupt end and left behind one of the greatest mysteries in the annals of crime. In the East End of London.
My favorite story, like because it seems like there was just, and this is my vague impression of London at the end of the 19th century, there was just guys running around it doing wild shit, some of which involves doing a murder. There was one guy who apparently was famous for spanking women. I think it was something, and if someone could find the nickname that they gave him, because it's still like that, that's also true. It was a thing on, because the nickname they gave him was so good. It's in the video. Is it genuinely?
There's a district known as Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums, where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge. Day and night, an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets, courts, and alleys.
No, I don't think this is
One such place was a narrow passage known as George Yard. Near the north entrance of this passage was a residential complex.
I think you found it. Whipping Tom. 2 sexual attackers in London. Both would attack women alone and beat them on their buttocks is what is... That's it. I think you found it. Unless there's like multiple of these, which like there probably is.
Known as George Yard buildings. It was the morning of August the 7th, 1888, when an upstairs tenant named John Reeves headed out for work. Upon reaching the first floor landing...
Oh, is there earlier whipping Toms? Oh, okay, so this is like a thing. Publication in 1681 mentions the generation of the whipping Tom. That about 9 years... I was born in the wrong generation. 9 years... The whole generation of them. Yeah, that's... There was multiple whipping Toms in Britain.
Reeves encountered the body of a woman lying upon her back in a pool of blood. Horrified by the sight, he stumbled down to the street below in search for help. Constable Thomas Barrett was the first officer on the scene. He was soon joined by Dr. Timothy Killeen, who conducted a brief examination.
Oh, also, I never mentioned this. Join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live, and there's cool people in it. Go join it. Join the Discord. Join the Discord.
The woman had been stabbed 39 times, primarily in the chest and abdomen. Dr. Killeen estimated that she had been dead for, quote, about 3 hours, thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked where she was found, as no blood was found beyond the staircase landing. But this was strange, as none of the tenants in this crowded building had heard a single cry for help or a disturbance.
We're watching the damn video. What do you want?
One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening of August the 6th, and the scream had emanated from...
How would you... You're getting murdered and you just yell murder?
From outside the complex.
Hot dog crisis. Thank you for the year.
Hewitt further explained, the district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly occurrence. The victim was eventually identified as 39-year-old Martha Tabram. Tabram was a mother of two and had separated from her husband many years prior. Her last known address was 19 George Street, a common lodging house less than 300 meters from the site of her death. Tabram had made a living through prostitution, and one of her associates was a woman named Marianne Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with two soldiers. Then, shortly before midnight, the party of four had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard.
The swerve. I mean, yeah, that's a common thing, because sex workers are generally less protected. I guess that's also the case in Victorian London.
It was the last time she saw Tabram alive.
That makes sense.
Barely 2 hours later, Constable Barrett had spoken to a soldier loitering near the north entrance of George Yard. The soldier had told Barrett that he was, quote, wait.
It's always interesting to think like more marginalized even feels like an anachronistic word. Marginalized groups of people throughout history, at least in like Western history, and their defense strategies for like being disaffected and not protected. And it's interesting how like all of those stories are basically gone. Like they're just gone. No one cared or wrote them down or asked them. Foucault's notion of subjugated knowledges, and they'll just
waiting
never
for
have
his
them.
mate who had gone away with a girl. Half an hour later, Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldier.
Although that feels like it's more in like settler colonial studies. I feel like I see that word. But subaltern I think works.
But all those accused could provide an alibi. One had been at home with his wife, another at an army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. This was enough for Inspector Edmund Reed, the lead investigator on the case, to abandon this line of inquiry. Connolly and Barrett, having both picked out the wrong men, they could not be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless. Even if a soldier had been responsible, no one could deduce a motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime and violence, but the sheer brutality of this attack was as frightening as it was confounding. The crime is one of the most brutal that have occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in such a manner is almost beyond belief. These were the concluding remarks delivered at the final inquest held on August the 23rd. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse. On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street and headed for work. After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the road. The man turned around to face him and said, "Come and look over here. There's a woman lying on the pavement." The stranger was named Charles Cross, and he too had been on his way to work when he first caught sight of the woman. The two men now cautiously approached. The woman's hands were cold to the touch, and Cross believed she was dead. Paul, however, thought he could sense faint breathing. But instead of seeking immediate help, Cross and Paul were more concerned about being late for work. As such, they quickly resumed their morning commute.
Just average British person heading to work.
Hoping to notify a policeman along the way.
Bloody good. Gotta be on to work though.
Fortunately, Constable John Neal,
my factory job, can't be late,
was just around the corner. Neal was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut across the throat. The wound was still bleeding and parts of her body were still warm. He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at once to fetch a nearby doctor. Upon his arrival, shortly after 4 o'clock, Dr. Reese Llewellyn estimated that, quote, she had not been dead more than half an hour. In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman mere minutes after she was killed. Furthermore, 3 officers had patrolled the vicinity just a few minutes prior. Constable Neal had last inspected Bucks Row at approximately 3:15. So too had Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made. Apart from 2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote, disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the abdomen. He also believed that the killer possessed, quote, some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts.
Jeez.
The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Mary Ann Nichols, and she had turned 43 just 5 days before the murder. Nichols had at least 6 children, and her last known address was a common...
That is crazy. That one of the children of the people murdered by Jack the Ripper died in 1967.
lodging house at 56 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Nichols had been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. Seeking to raise the money through prostitution, Nichols had then ventured down Osborne Street before meeting her friend Ellen Holland. The two of them shared a brief exchange, but Nichols was visibly drunk. When they parted ways around 2:30, Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road. Barely an hour later, she was found dead. Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon, no witnesses. Inspector Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In both cases, the attack had been needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age and moved in the same circles. The only meaningful difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds. Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same deranged individual had committed both murders. A conviction that would only grow stronger in the...
Sorry, I just saw a crazy video on Twitter.
days that followed.
Yeah, don't do that. What I want to know what happens after that. Does anyone have a video of what happens after that? Because I've seen that meme before where it's like, I don't fucking care, I want to end this shit. Just a fire? It bursts into flames. Darn. Yeah, this is very well produced. I saw a TikTok where nothing happened. Where someone did that and nothing happened. And I was like, oh, does nothing happen there? Did you found... That's cool. That is very cool.
As the sun was rising on September the 8th, a man named John Richardson was on his way to work.
These are all fake fucking names, dude.
At 4:45, he made a quick stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway. Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife to trim a vexing piece of leather from his boot. Once satisfied, he left the building and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of the same address, John Davis, plodded downstairs and into the hallway. The front door was now wide open, but the one in the back was closed. When Davis went to open it, he found the bloodied remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the scene. After a brief inspection, he sent at once for a medic. Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote, terribly mutilated. The throat had been, quote, dissevered deeply, whereas the abdomen had been, quote, entirely laid open. The intestines had been, quote, lifted out of the body and placed by the shoulder of the corpse. The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector Chandler and Dr. Phillips conducted a sweep of the backyard. Most of what they found belonged to the tenants of the building, but just below the resting place of the woman's feet, they found a small piece of cloth and 2 combs. The items had likely belonged to the victim, but it seemed to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged by the killer. The post-mortem revealed that 2 brass rings had been forcefully removed from the victim's left hand. These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of the victim's abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote, the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge. This point was greatly expanded upon at a subsequent inquest. The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable anatomical skill and knowledge. There were no meaningless cuts. For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out these operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room. The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman. Chapman's date of birth is a bit uncertain, but she was roughly 47 at the time of her death. She had at least 7 children, but was tragically only survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 35 Dorset Street. On the night of her death, Chapman had been denied accommodations as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. She was escorted off the premises by the night watchman, who then saw her vanish into a nearby alleyway. What happened to Chapman over the next few hours, nobody knows. Her whereabouts during this time is a complete mystery. But unlike the 2 previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case might have caught a glimpse of the
changing the
killer.
code is cool, yeah.
At 5:30 on the morning of September 8th, a woman named
episode.
Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long was positive that the woman she'd seen was Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back towards Long, so she never saw his face. Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment of their conversation. The man had posed the question, "Will you?" to which the woman responded, "Yes." Now, a lasting point of contention in the Chapman case is the time of death. According to Dr. Phillips, when he arrived at 6:30, Chapman had been dead for, quote, at least 2 hours. That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later. Then there's the testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the
Elizabeth, why would you do that? Sorry, holy shit, this is a picture of a grease explosion. No, I won't. I was thinking about ending the stream, but we have enough. I have a lot of viewers right now, so I don't want to.
son of one of the
But
tenants
I
in the
would've.
building. At 4:45, he
A lot
made a
of people
routine
are
checkup
watching.
on the door to the basement, which had previously suffered a break-in.
But I would've.
When he found it
I
secure,
would've
he
done
sat
it.
down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot. Even though he sat mere centimeters from the
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad has Twitch been for your stream? Do you mean my sanity? Because -10 is the answer.
murder site,
I'm the
Richardson
Joker.
did not
That's
see
why
a
it's my profile.
body. He was adamant on this point.
I could
I
not
did
have
get paid
failed
to
to
watch this
notice the
video, that's
deceased
true.
if she had been there.
To muddle the timeline even further, there's the testimony of Albert Kadosh. About 20 minutes past 5, Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27 Hanbury Street.
Whoever took that photo of Angela Merkel should be in jail.
When he heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word no. A few minutes later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence, dividing the 2 yards. There's no one way to untangle this web of contradictions, but Dr. Phillips did concede the possibility that he'd miscalculated. That, quote, the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body. So, presuming that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kadosh were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30 in the morning. By this point, the dim light of dawn would have provided the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of the murder site, some of whom had even slept with their windows open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions. As the tally of victims gradually mounted, the public grew increasingly anxious. They were not only frightened by the murders, but frustrated with the police and their perceived incompetence. Even across the pond were the efforts of the police fiercely criticized. The London police and detective force is probably the stupidest in the world.
Yeah.
What these mocking quotes and illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds stacked in favor of the perpetrator. The police were up against someone who seemingly struck without motive, someone who left no murder weapon and few witnesses. On top of that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were understaffed.
This is also just like before DNA.
As one newspaper put it,
right?
A man in the East End of London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond identification amid the masses.
At no point would this become more apparent than during the events of September the 30th.
That is, yes, that is a Mulaney joke. I was thinking about that. What happened with John Mulaney? People were mad at him because he fucks or something? He has a kid with Olivia Munn or whatever? Was that why people were mad at John Mulaney? So people were mad at John Mulaney for knocking up Olivia Munn. That's the story. People are mad that he left his wife. Cheated on his wife? Is that do we know that it's that? I didn't see that he was cheating. He didn't cheat. Yeah, I thought it was, yeah. The time of the pregnancy. Is it like they announced that they broke up after he could have had the kid with Olivia Munn? Because they could have just announced it later.
On September the 29th, a routine Saturday meeting was held at the Socialist Club on Berners Street. When the meeting came to...
Oh, the person you were climbing with gave you a kiss on the cheek? That's a W. Congratulations.
Close around midnight, all but a few members returned home. Those who remained proceeded to drink and socialize. Half an hour in September the 3rd.
Everyone is saying that the live stream works. Women will pay attention to you if you watch this stream and listen to what I have to say. We have multiple people saying this, folks.
30th, Joseph Liv stepped outside to get some fresh air. Liv used the side entrance leading into Dutville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes. Moments after Levin got back inside,
Manny, you're
Morris
saying
Eagle
this.
accessed the building via the same entrance. He too was a member of the club and had just returned after escorting a woman home. Neither of them noticed anything unusual. 20 minutes later, the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berner Street. The driver was Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Duttville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left. When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Diemschutz stepped down from his barrow and after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side against the wall.
Wild.
Without even knowing if she was, quote, drunk or dead, Diemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife. When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside. They could now see that the woman's throat had been, quote, fearfully cut, and that, quote, a stream of blood was trickling down the yard. Eagle, Diemschutz, and a few others promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While a growing crowd of bystanders waited for authorities to arrive, there was no sign of the perpetrator. But across the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made. At 1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square. Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion, it was deserted.
That's not a case of like the fake horror story writing.
But in the time it took Watkins to complete another rotation, Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene. I next came in at 1:44. I turned to the right. I saw the body of a woman lying there on her back. I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruding.
Brutal.
The stomach was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood. Dr. George Siqueira and Dr. Frederick Brown soon converged upon the scene. They found terrible injuries inflicted upon the woman's face, throat, and abdomen. The intestines had been, quote, drawn out to a large extent and placed over the right shoulder. Among the many lacerations to the face, Dr. Brown noted that, quote, the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through. Based on their expert opinions, coupled with the testimony of Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found. Back in Berner Street, Dr. Frederick Blackwell and Dr. George Phillips had reached the same conclusion. The woman in Duttville's yard had died within minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations or anything else by which to connect the attack to the others. But the murder in Duttville's yard and the one in Mitre Square were separate.
Infrared is so cool, man. He's so cool.
Separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes. This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Diemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer may even have become trapped inside Duttville's yard because the gate on Berner Street was the only point of entry. Perhaps they saw an opportunity to escape when Diemschutz then rushed inside the club. From there, it would have taken them less than 15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is pure speculation. There is no evidence to suggest the two murders were
That's
even
basically
connected.
it. That's the only reason anyone watches anyone is because of content.
The woman in Duttville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who'd lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband, she had made a living through prostitution. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 32 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Stride had been seen by quite an abundance of witnesses. First, she was seen in the company of a, quote, respectably dressed man.
I mean, yes,
around 11
Internet
o'clock.
Witch, that is...
About 1:45 midnight, Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote, decently dressed and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man
Jack
by
the
Constable
Dripper.
William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance. It's unclear whether these descriptions are of the same person or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night
Just probably
progressed.
what guys look like.
There were other witnesses, some less credible than others, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Israel Schwartz. About 1:45, Schwartz had been walking down Burner Street. As he came up on Duttville's yard, he witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance. The woman had, quote, screamed 3 times, but not very loudly. Schwartz would later identify this woman as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street. That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe. The man who attacked the woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipsky. The pipe smoker then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away. When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipsky. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators on the case, had a very different interpretation. You see, the name Lipsky had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipsky was convicted of murder. Owing to the publicity of that case, the surname Lipsky had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipsky was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a, quote, strong Jewish appearance. The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may
yikes,
have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether Abeline's interpretation is correct, it's doubtful we'll ever truly know. Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling, as he conceivably witnessed the moment when Elizabeth Stride was attacked. Back in Mitre Square, a large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the scene, all driven by their morbid curiosity to get a glimpse of the body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According to Dr. Brown, this extraction required, quote, a good deal of knowledge, which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote, great anatomical skill. The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk in Aldgate High Street, surrounded by a crowd. The commotion attracted a few officers, who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station.
That's like it sucks that Norm died, because he would have loved that. The setup for that Jack the Ripper was doing anti-Semitism.
There, she
I'm starting to think this guy's a real jerk.
remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning. After being released from jail, Eddowes was likely spotted in the company of a man in the vicinity of Mitre Square. Only one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavende, had paid close attention to the couple. The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote, reddish handkerchief round his neck. While Lavende did identify the woman as Catherine Eddowes, he never saw her face. Nevertheless, this sighting was only made some 10 minutes before Eddowes' body was discovered by
Norm is
Constable
not
Watkins.
French.
What's so incredibly tragic about the Eddowes case
He's from
is how
Northern
narrowly
Ontario,
the
I
killer
thought.
escaped justice. First of all, the only private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family.
Hello, Linda.
They had slept right next to an upper floor window overlooking the murder site. Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman had been cleaning a warehouse within earshot of the murder site. He would routinely hear the footsteps of patrolling officers, yet heard nothing at the time of the murder. Finally, Constable James Harvey had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavende and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed to notice anything suspicious. Was it too dark? Was the killer standing just a few meters away, cloaked in shadow?
Was he Quebecois? Born and raised in Quebec City. Which, like, they don't speak English that much in Quebec City.
No. Did one...
I'm good, Linda. We just released one, a premium thing on Ancient Aliens. It was cool.
Or more.
I'm going on a Canadian Broadcasting Company podcast on Sunday.
Witnesses
that
get
feels
the time
like it
wrong.
Would, I guess you're American, so you don't watch CBC.
While the killer did ultimately escape, they did not do so without leaving a trace. Shortly before 3 o'clock, a blood-stained piece of cloth was found near the entrance to a building a few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Eddowes. The patch had evidently been torn off and then discarded by the killer upon their escape. Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message. "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer?
He spelled Jews wrong. On top of all this, Jack the Ripper can't even spell? Jesus.
Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or even away from the Jewish community? Was it completely unrelated to the murder?
I think there was also just a lot of anti-Semitism.
Similar questions would soon be raised by a few
It's called the podcast is called Front Burner.
Letters. Letters which had supposedly been written and
there's
posted
one every
by
day.
the
It's
killer.
on like news or whatever. I think.
3 days before the murder of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, the Central News Agency of London received a letter in the post, the author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the quote, next job. Then, in the aftermath of the 2 killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard. It contained details about the atrocities, which the author described as a quote, double event. On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. The hope was that someone would recognize the handwriting. Unfortunately, no one ever did. Instead, it merely served to advertise the name with which the letters had been signed. Opinions on the letters' authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today. Most notably, the Dear Boss letter had promised to quote, clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police. The police never received such a package, and neither of the 2 victims had had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Eddowes had been quote, cut obliquely through. Was this a botched attempt by the killer to keep their promise? Or was it merely one of numerous lacerations with no connection to the letter? The contents of the letters notwithstanding, modern linguistic analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same. However, the handwriting bore quote, no resemblance at all to the message written above the torn patch of apron.
That makes me think about how the reason Ted Kaczynski got caught was because his brother recognized his handwriting.
Now, the publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats. Agencies all over London were soon inundated with correspondence imitating the other 2. But at least one of them might have been genuine, not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was delivered. On October the 16th, a man named George Lusk received a small package in the post. Lusk was the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a small group of local tradesmen who who sought to identify the killer. The package consisted of a letter and a cardboard box containing half a kidney. The doctors who examined the kidney all agreed that it was human, but whether it was the same left kidney removed from the body of Edos could not be determined.
This
it
is
could,
just
for
the
instance,
John
have been an
Mulaney
elaborate
bit.
hoax by a medical student.
I guess we gotta back to square one, even though we
or
have the
someone with
genetic
access
data.
to human organs. The author of the accompanying letter, meanwhile, insisted that the kidney did belong to the victim, and that
I'm playing that. It's so funny.
Like, what was even going on? I also watched this show called Cold Case Files. On Cold Case Files, they solve old murders. And it's really interesting because what I learned from it is that it was really easy to get away with murder before they knew about DNA. It was ridiculously easy. Like, what was even going on back then? What was a murder investigation like in 1935? One cop would just walk in and be like, "Detective, we found a pool of the killer's blood in that hallway." And he would just be like, gross. Mop it up.
Gross. Mop it up. Wait, where were we?
that they had fried and eaten the other half.
Oh, is that where the fucking ate his liver with some fava beans thing comes from?
Popular theory at the time, and one that
In
still
Hannibal
is today, was that some of the letters had been fabricated by the press. According to Chief Inspector John Littlechild, the letters were, quote, a smart piece of journalistic work. Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson dismissed the letters as, quote, the creation of an enterprising London journalist. Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote, stained forefinger of the journalist. There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the genuine prose of the Ripper, the letters did nonetheless receive widespread attention. They commanded space in virtually every newspaper and dominated much of the public discourse throughout October, a month which passed without a single atrocity bearing the signature marks of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps it was finally over. It is pretty certain that the master has become frightened and has suspended his horrible work for the present, if not for good. On the morning of November the 9th, a merchant and property owner named John McCarthy was going through his bookkeeping. McCarthy was the landlord of Miller's Court, and the tenants of room 13 had fallen behind on their rent.
Ate his liver with fava beans came from Silence of the Lambs. Thanks.
McCarthy sent at once for his assistant, Thomas Boyer, to collect the money at 11:15. After knocking twice without response, Boyer went around the corner to peer through a window, but his view was obstructed by a coat or curtain, so Boyer had to reach through a broken window pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13 was locked and had to be forced open with a pickaxe. What they found inside was truly the stuff of nightmares. The sight we saw, I cannot drive away from my mind. It looked more like the work of a devil than of a man. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never
Yeah, are we sure bodies don't just like do that sometimes?
see such a sight again. Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote, cut all to pieces. Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote, hacked beyond recognition. The abdomen had been, quote, emptied of its viscera, while the throat had been, quote, severed all round, down to the bone. The body had been monstrously disfigured, with loose organs dispersed all around it. The room itself was sparsely furnished and offered little in the way of clues. 2 tables, 1 or 2 chairs, and a small cabinet. Amongst the ashes of a fireplace, the police found patches of burned clothing. Had the killer tried to dispose of evidence, or had it merely been used for warmth and light? The victim was identified almost immediately. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest victim by far. But given that no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly have been found, it's probable that she was using a fake identity. In any case, Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder, she had cohabited with a man named Joseph Barnett. They had only separated on October the 30th because Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution and the people with whom she associated. But they did see each other again. On the evening of November the 8th, Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the company of a woman who was just about to leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and how long he stayed. If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived at some point between 7 and 7:45 and left before 9 o'clock. Shortly before midnight, Kelly was spotted in the company of a man by her neighbor, Mary Ann Cox. When Cox passed the couple, they were about to enter Kelly's room. Cox bid Kelly goodnight, but she was, quote, very much intoxicated and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then left the court about an hour later, Kelly could still be heard singing.
Yep, Cox.
By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, for she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins. But Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate for money, so they soon parted ways. Moments later, Hutchinson observed
And you should join the Discord if you aren't in it. It'll ping you when I go live in the
Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed man.
All Cox are bad.
The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction and began walking north. Hutchinson found it suspicious that such a well-dressed man would seek the company of a woman like Kelly. As such, when the couple passed them by, he
Why are all these
scrutinized
people
them.
out in the middle of the night? That's, you know, if you're in London in the 19th century, you just like go hang out at night. You know, you like flip coins while leaning on like a street corner and like smoking a cigarette. That's what people in London did.
Man's appearance.
In the 1880s.
He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his
Lean
right
on
hand
lampposts
and a small parcel
and just
in his
like
left.
Lean on lampposts, and someone comes by, you just like tip your hat up to see what they're looking like.
Hutchinson decided
That's
to
what people
shadow
are
the
doing.
couple as they proceeded to Miller's Court. Before they vanished up the court, the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him, "All right, my dear, come along. You will be comfortable." Hutchinson remained in the vicinity until 3 o'clock, but neither Kelly nor the man reappeared.
Return to tradition.
At roughly
yeah.
the same time, Cox returned home. In stark contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox was now struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby. Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all. According to Dr. Bond, Kelly died between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Phillips placed the time of death a few hours later. But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at 11:15. These contradictions are difficult to reconcile, and the precise time of death eludes us to this day. Mary Jane Kelly is typically regarded as the Ripper's final victim. Along with Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes, she is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha Tabram might have been a victim of Jack the Ripper, but opinions are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total number of victims is a matter of debate. Presuming that Kelly was indeed the final victim, one has to
I'm more interested in the Jack the Ripper expanded universe. Yeah, I don't really care about the Jack the Ripper canon. Ever since it was bought by Disney, it's like not been very good. I think that the best thing to get out of Jack the Ripper is to, like, you know, choose your own stories and add them together. You shouldn't listen to what they have to say.
Why did the murders come to such a sudden end? Did the Ripper give in to fears of being caught? Were they imprisoned for a different crime? Perhaps they succumbed to an illness or committed suicide. Could they have migrated to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage of suspects.
Yeah, and you're just not going to find who did it. Right, there's just no way.
Following the murder of Marianne Nichols, a rumor began to circulate that someone called Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing prostitutes. The name quickly made its way into the press, and soon enough it became synonymous with the killer. In fact, Leather Apron was the predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper.
Funny.
But the man identified as Leather Apron was soon cleared of all suspicion. His real name was John Picer, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked.
Damn.
This misguided manhunt is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation. The police pursued even the most tenuous of leads due to a lack of evidence and mounting pressure from the public. They interviewed thousands, investigated hundreds, and developed numerous theories along the way. In the words of Inspector Frederick Abeline,
"Theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so many of them."
In an effort to narrow down the search, the police used a primitive form of criminal profiling. The idea was to analyze the available evidence to try and gauge what sort of person had committed the crimes. This profile was prepared by Dr. Thomas Bond, and he described the Ripper as a strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed respectably. Bond's most controversial assessment was that the killer possessed, quote, "no scientific nor anatomical knowledge." This stood in direct opposition to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a basic understanding of anatomy. Based on the witness accounts, the Ripper was a man of average height with a medium to stout build in his late 20s to mid-30s. He wore dark clothes, including a hat of some sort, and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts
There's a lot of I mean, even now, isn't there some number that like only 40% of murders are really solved? Like it's very, yeah. Wait, I'm not gonna,
quite deceptive.
I'm not gonna
Not
say
only
that.
are many details inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different people.
It's yeah. There's the idea that the prison works, that it's like, oh, actually, like they're actually solving the problem is like not really true. It's just there so that you can think, well, oh, if you're like a sicko or whatever, we put you in there, and that's how we deal with harm, and then it doesn't actually deal with harm.
For all we know,
yeah, it's 40%. Google cops 40% to find more about that statistic.
none of the witnesses ever laid eyes on Jack the Ripper. So much is up for debate that one can build a case against almost any suspect. Some have even entertained the possibility that the Ripper was a woman or possibly a man disguised as a woman. While Jill or Jackie the
They found out my secret. Shits.
Ripper is an interesting theory, it has failed to achieve any widespread support.
Of course, it's, yeah.
What is rarely in dispute is that the Ripper was either a resident of or otherwise familiar with the East End. After all, he managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes. He likely had some form of employment, as the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays, and he may have had some degree of anatomical knowledge. With this unshakable profile in hand, let's take a closer look at a few suspects. The question is, where do we even begin? According to criminal profiler and FBI special agent John Douglas, the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met, either a witness or a person close to one of the victims. What about John Richardson, the witness in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote, not a shred of evidence against him. His mother also lived on the premises, so he had good reason to be there.
It was on, okay, the Stella was on sale at the beer store, okay? It was on sale. All right.
What about George Hutchinson, the witness who followed Mary Jane Kelly after she was accosted by a well-dressed client? Hutchinson...
It's literally the beer store. That's literally what it's called. In Ontario, the place you buy beer is called the beer store. It has a sign that says the beer store, and you go into it and you buy beer. The beer store. Beer store. That's... The LCBO is better. That's probably true.
Never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple. He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well dressed.
Stella's good. I like Stella.
In the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous?
Yeah, we have special stars for each item, yes. Yeah.
Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was broke, and the client appeared to be wealthy. Perhaps he waited outside the court?
There's a wine rack and then an LCBO. LCBO is what? Like liquor? What does it actually stand for? Liquor Control Board of Ontario. Crown Corporation. Distributes alcoholic beverages. It's got the most stuff, but it's usually more packed.
With intention of mugging this well-dressed client. There are many question marks around
the big government controlling our goddamn fucking liquor. This is just like that book I read that's got a year as the title of the book.
He has never been positively identified, so next to nothing is known about his life.
The tire store? There is a store, and I'm not joking, called Canadian Tire. That is a store in Canada. That is... They say they sell more than tires. They do sell tires.
This makes it very difficult to build a strong case against him. Hutchinson was interrogated by the police, but ultimately convinced Inspector Frederick Abeline that he was telling the truth.
These are not lies. I showed you the Wikipedia. You can Google it. It's a real...
witness attracted such attention from the police.
This is really how
Take, for
Canada's
instance,
run.
Charles Cross, the man who discovered the body of Mary Ann
It
Nichols.
is totally a fake country. You're right. I'm glad you're all admitting that anyone can edit Wikipedia. And the fact that someone put me in the BreadTube article does not make me a BreadTuber. I'm glad that we agree, actually. Thank you, chat. I'm not a BreadTuber. Do not stop.
On the morning of August the 31st,
Stop posting
Charles
copium.
Cross
Stop it.
left his home on Dovton Street and headed for work.
How do I... What do I do for a living? Well, I go on this website called Twitch TV and I tell them that I'm not a BreadTuber, and then 50 people, they type copium in my chat to tell me that I'm a... That's what I do for a living.
When he turned into Bucks Row, he happened upon the body of Mary Ann Nichols. Moments later, he was joined by Robert Paul, and events transpired as previously described.
RedTuber is way worse than
Despite his proximity
podcaster.
to the crime, Cross appears to have escaped suspicion from both the press and the police. He was evidently seen as the innocent passerby that he appeared to be. But in recent years, that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul.
Bad cops.
Cross then concealed the murder weapon and
Mo
portrayed himself
Flavor?
as someone
They
who
were
just
the
found the
2 months.
body. The injuries inflicted upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption, as they were less severe than those of later victims. What's interesting about Cross is that he likely testified under a false name. He claimed to be employed as a carman, and his address was given as 22 Doveton Street. But surviving records show that in 1888, this address was occupied by a man named Charles Lechmere. Lechmere was also employed as a carman, and on at least one occasion went by the name Charles Cross, as it was the surname of his stepfather. It is now widely believed that Charles Lechmere was the man who appeared at the inquest, and that he assumed the name of his stepfather when he testified. His motivation for doing so has been the source of much speculation. Was he trying to conceal his identity, or was it merely a force of habit? After all, contemporary examples of people doing the exact same thing are not difficult to find. The most compelling evidence against Lechmere is that his morning commute between home
Thank you for
and
the
work
5 months.
roughly coincides.
Thank you for supporting me. Oh, also, just as a random, there's a problem on TikTok. I mentioned this before, that I'm like, I accidentally revived Aristotelian biology just by this post. Okay, it now has 15,000 likes and 100,000 views. I may have girl bossed a little too close to the sun with this one. Where's the lie? There are genuinely people in here who are like, that is so true. Women are literally dirt. Like there are people who are like, yes, this is correct. This guy, meds not taken 88. No men who really think deeply about women retain a high opinion of them. Men either despise women or they have never thought seriously about them. Yeesh.
With the time
So I may
and place
have
of the murders.
I should not have posted about Aristotle. I regret it. I regret posting about what Aristotle thought about women. Do they still call you mommy? Yes, a couple people have called me mommy on TikTok. Which, like, I get carded at the liquor store. Like, I got carded and someone was like, you're born in 1998? I thought you were younger. How are you... Like...
Except...
I did get carded at the beer store. Yes, I got this, like, yesterday, I think. And they carded me.
For the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, who were killed on a Sunday, the only day when Lechmere would have been free from work. Not only that, but all the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays. Why would a man who supposedly timed the murders with his morning commute gravitate towards days of rest? In any case, Lechmere's mother lived a few blocks south of Burner Street, the neighborhoods around which is also where Lechmere
dude, what does
spent his
that mean?
childhood.
What is okay to that I don't?
Such, it's speculated that Stride and Eddowes were...
My age is so confusing because people either think I'm way younger or way older. Oh, thank you. I've got a young face. This is I've heard this.
Killed off.
I don't understand it. It's so weird. Like when they hired me for QAA, they thought I was in my late 20s. That was a stream moment where I said I was 22 on stream and they were like, "Wait, what?" I don't understand how that can happen. And then I could also... Can I just be 23? Is that fine?
Dr. Lechmere paid a late-night visit
I don't
to his mother.
understand. I am eternal, that's why. That's it.
While he claimed to be employed at a delivery firm known as Pickford's, there are no surviving records of his employment. If he did work for Pickford's, there is a fair chance that he delivered meat and would thus have been exposed to slaughter and blood on a daily basis.
But that's a
Lechmere
bait,
remained in
right?
East London until his death in 1920 at the age of 71. While there is no evidence of Lechmere ever being suspected by the police, it is difficult to believe that he was completely overlooked. Many case files have not survived, so any doubts investigators might have had could have long since disappeared. Now, a witness who definitely attracted attention was Joseph Barnett. Joseph Barnett was the man who lived with Mary Jane Kelly up until a few days before the murder. He and Kelly had supposedly met around April of 1887, and they eventually moved to 13 Miller's Court. Barnett was employed as a fish porter, but for reasons unknown, he lost his job between July and August of 1888. From that point onwards, the couple struggled to pay rent, and Kelly resorted back to prostitution. Now, those who believe that Barnett was the Ripper view his loss of employment as a turning point. The argument is that Barnett was so
Why are you guys saying bread? Oh, did you add a fucking emote? Did you add a bread emote?
overcome with guilt and anguish for driving Kelly back to prostitution that he went on a murder spree, murdering one local prostitute after another in a desperate attempt to frighten Kelly off the streets. While most of this is pure speculation, it is true that Barnett...
God damn it. This is like Twitch.tv isn't real. This was a scheme made by some mischievous professor in Montreal to just MK Ultra me. That's what's going on here. These are all bots. It's just
disapproved of Kelly's prostitution. You may recall that Barnett separated from Kelly on October the 30th because he disliked the prostitutes with whom she associated. Kelly never went on the streets when she lived with me. She would never have gone wrong again, and I should never have left if it had not been for the prostitutes stopping by the house. This might further explain why Kelly was the Ripper's final and most viciously mutilated victim, the implication being that Barnett felt rejected by Kelly and wanted revenge for the breakup. According to Barnett, he did pay Kelly a visit on the evening of November the 8th, but they had parted on quote, friendly terms. He then supposedly went home, played a card game until 12:30 before going to bed. Now, Kelly is
that is bread and it's spelled pain.
Presumed to have died in the early hours of November the 9th, so Barnett could have returned to Miller's Court sometime after midnight. While the police did subject him to 4 hours of interrogation, Barnett was ultimately released without charge. Then there's the matter of the locked door. When the police arrived at Miller's Court, they had to force the door open with a pickaxe. This raised an important question. How did the killer lock the door behind him? According to Barnett, the key to room 13 had been missing for some time. Because of this, he and Kelly would, quote, open the door by reaching through the broken window. The door was said to be equipped with a, quote, catch lock, and evidently locked itself upon being closed. If that's true,
thank you for the
mystery
prime.
solved. But even if the door was not self-locking, there's still an obvious solution. All the killer would have had to do is observe Kelly using the window trick and then employ that same technique to fasten the door upon leaving. But those who favor Barnett as the Ripper offer yet another solution. The key never went missing, Instead, Barnett is said to have stolen the key and then used it on the night of the murder. These solutions are all equally valid, and it's impossible to know which one is correct. There is a slight variation of this theory which states that Barnett did murder Kelly, but was not the Ripper. Instead, he merely emulated the Ripper to deflect attention away from himself. Once again, this is pure speculation, but the murder of Kelly did somewhat differ from the rest in that it was committed indoors. Barnett remained in the East End until his death in 1926 at the age of 68. While it's only natural for suspicion to fall upon witnesses and acquaintances, Victorian detectives did pursue other lines of inquiry. One prominent theory was that the Ripper suffered from insanity, and a prime suspect in that category.
After 6,000 years of bread baking, Corning
Clara,
introduces
thank you for the
a whole
prime,
new way to
or
bake
Clara.
bread. The Bake-Around. The Bake-Around is a remarkable tube of oven-proof glass that just may make the bread pan obsolete. Use it with your own from-scratch dough or with frozen bread dough. Either way, you've never seen a more beautifully shaped, golden-crusted loaf. The Bake-Around by Corning. Anyone nice enough to bake bread deserves one.
Is Aaron Kosminski.
Oh, sorry, this is fake. This isn't real. It's been like that for a year.
The Whitechapel murders
Sorry,
investigation was overseen by numerous high-ranking officers within the Metropolitan Police. One of them was Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson. Upon his retirement, Anderson repeatedly and unequivocally stated that Jack the Ripper had been identified. There was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal.
Well, yeah, he's just like he's like an early influencer, right? You want clout. What's the best way of getting clout?
Without disclosing the name of the suspect, Anderson described him as a, quote, low-class Polish Jew who was, quote, safely caged in an asylum. He'd been identified by a witness who was described as, quote, the only person who ever had a good view of the murderer. This unnamed witness had supposedly refused to testify because the suspect was, quote, a fellow Jew.
Yeah, it's just early QAnon, right? He's doing it for anti-Semitism. He's baking for the sake of anti-Semitism.
I'm almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit would result from such a course. While Anderson never revealed the name of the suspect, his colleagues were a bit more forthcoming. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson revealed that his surname was Kosminski. Yet another high-ranking officer, Melville McNaughton, described Kosminski as a homicidal and misogynistic resident of Whitechapel. Surviving records show that an Aaron Kosminski was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1891. Aaron was indeed from Poland, he was Jewish, and had lived in Whitechapel. He suffered from auditory hallucinations and a paranoid fear of being fed by others. He was trained as a barber, but had, quote, not attempted any kind of work for years. It's unclear when his mental health began to decline, but upon being institutionalized, Aaron was deemed to be harmless. He was, quote, quiet and well-behaved, and, quote, apathetic as a rule. Only on rare occasions would he get, quote, excited and violent. However, before his confinement, Aaron had once threatened his sister with a knife. The case against him largely hinges upon the claims made by Anderson, Swanson, and McNaughton, especially the claim that an unnamed witness identified a suspect named Kosminski. But the descriptions of that suspect are not entirely consistent with Aaron Kosminski. For instance, McNaughton stated that the suspect had been, quote, removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Aaron was first confined in 1891. Swanson wrote that the suspect had been, quote, sent to the asylum and died shortly afterwards. Aaron was still alive at the time and spent nearly 3 decades in psychiatric care. As such, it is possible that the suspect Kosminski was someone other than Aaron Kosminski. It's also possible that these inconsistencies were mere lapses in memory. After all, these events were recounted years or even decades after the fact, and McNaughton even confessed to writing solely from memory. Regardless of the suspect's true identity, Anderson was the only one who seemed convinced of his guilt. McNaughton ultimately favored a different suspect and stated that, quote, "Many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one." Inspector Edmund Reed was of the same opinion. "Now we have Sir Robert Anderson saying that Jack the Ripper was a Jew. That I challenge him to prove. I challenge anyone to prove that there was a tittle of evidence against man, woman, or child." So when Anderson wrote that there was, quote,
I love how
"no doubt when..."
they put an X for connection. That's it. We need to bring that type of spelling back.
Ever as to the identity of the criminal. He merely expressed his personal opinion. There was in fact ample doubt and no consensus amongst the police. But
we need to, the way that David Hume wrote in, what is that? Is that the 19th century? We need to bring that back.
In recent years,
no, it's the 18th.
Aaron Kosminski has been resurrected as a prime suspect due to a controversial DNA analysis. Okay, so back in 1888, Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson is said to have stolen a blood-stained shawl from the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. This shawl was then passed down from one generation to the next before being submitted for DNA testing in 2011. DNA samples were extracted from the shawl and then compared against maternal descendants of Eddowes and Kosminski. In both cases, it was a match. If the subsequent news coverage is to be believed, the mystery has now been, quote, "definitively solved. Aaron Kosminski was Jack the Ripper." But as you can imagine, it's never quite that simple. First of all, the provenance or chain of custody of the shawl is severely lacking. There is no evidence of a shawl being found at the crime scene, nor is there any evidence of Simpson ever being at the crime scene. Furthermore, a destitute woman like Eddowes is unlikely to have owned such an expensive item. Second of all, the type of DNA used to identify Eddowes and Kosminski was mitochondrial DNA, the powerhouse of the cell. This type of DNA is passed down through the female line and is not unique to any one individual. Thousands can share the same mitochondrial DNA, which means it can't be used to pinpoint a specific person. In the words of a geneticist, based on mitochondrial DNA, one can only exclude a suspect. So to say that the mystery has been definitively solved is widely inaccurate. There's still plenty of room for doubt. So, to recap, a suspect named Kosminski was identified by an unknown witness. This was enough to convince at least one senior officer of his guilt. That suspect may have been Aaron Kosminski, a man who was largely non-violent but once threatened his sister with a knife. Aaron can neither be incriminated nor eliminated by the DNA evidence. He spent the rest of his life in psychiatric care and died in 1919 at the age of 53. Kosminski was not the only suspect advanced by a high-ranking officer. A completely different suspect who still falls into the same category is
this
Francis
motherfucker
Tumblety.
did it. Absolutely. Just like, guilty. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this guy. You're gonna tell me that he's not Jack the Ripper? I don't buy it.
Two days before the murder of Mary Jane Kelly, an American physician named Francis Tumblety was arrested in London. As you can probably tell from this photograph, Tumblety was quite an eccentric character. He was born in Ireland around 1833, but was raised in the United States. From an early age, Tumblety gained a reputation for being a medicaster or quack doctor. He engaged in all sorts of medically dubious practices and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy
Your Honor, my client is neurodivergent and Irish.
to cancer and blindness, using nothing but medicinal herbs. When he was not posing as a doctor, Tumblety was busy running from the law. He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient. He was even implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately cleared of suspicion. Now, in the early 1860s, Tumblety is alleged to have hosted a lavish dinner party in Washington. Only men were invited to this dinner, and Tumblety had supposedly expressed fierce hatred of women. Furthermore, he showcased a cabinet in his office in which he stored a vast collection of jars filled with anatomical specimens, some of which were said to contain the wombs of, quote, every class of woman. In 1869, Tomlety ventured across the Atlantic and visited England for the first time. By his own admission, he roamed the streets of London until he became familiar with every part of it. He advertised himself as the great American doctor and had a few skirmishes with the police. After a few more voyages between the old world and the new, Tomlety found himself in London in the autumn of 1888. The purpose of his visit and whereabouts at the time of the murders are completely unknown. Tomlety never stayed in one place for long and made frequent use of false names. There is a story of a mysterious lodger leaving behind a blood-stained shirt near the murder site of Elizabeth Stride. This supposedly happened on the night of the murder, and some believe that this lodger was Francis Tomlety. But there is no firm evidence of that, and the entire incident is fraught with uncertainty. What we do know is that Tomlety was arrested in London on November the 7th. According to the press, as well as Tomlety himself, he was arrested on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper. 2 days later, Mary Jane Kelly was found brutally murdered, and it's unclear whether Tomlety was still in custody or had already been released on bail. Nevertheless, he was ultimately charged with 4 counts of gross indecency, which had nothing to do with the murders. But Tomlety had no intention of standing trial. Instead, he made his way across the English Channel, boarded a steamship under a false name, and fled back to America. He was pursued by detectives and kept under surveillance, but his offenses were, quote, not extraditable. As such, Tomlety remained in the United States and never returned to England.
Follow them, follow Keffels.
So to recap, Francis Tomlety was a misogynistic medicaster who was in London at the time of the murders. He even showcased a collection of wombs, and the Ripper did indeed extract the womb from 2 of his victims. I mean, he sounds like the perfect suspect. Perhaps a bit too perfect. There is no doubt that Tomlety was in London in 1888, but the claim that he was a misogynistic collector of human body parts is extremely dubious. It can be traced back to a single article from December of 1888 featuring an interview with a man named Charles Dunham. Dunham had a long history of spreading misinformation and has been described as a pathological liar, a forger, and a conman. He was even convicted of perjury. As such, there is every reason to believe that this story is a complete fabrication. Furthermore, Tomlety was both older.
Actually, I have sub like, you know, icons. Have we run out? Do I have to make more icons?
And taller than the men described by most witnesses. Tomlety was said to be, quote, an enormous man who liked to dress in flamboyant and militaristic outfits. It's difficult to imagine a tall, pompous American sneaking around the streets of Whitechapel virtually undetected. On the other hand, it's unclear which, if any, of the witness accounts.
It's a golden bomb, the 2-year mark. I think, have we got 1.5 yet? Yes, we've got 1.5.
Can be trusted. Then there's the matter of the rings. You may recall that 2 brass rings were stolen.
We're almost there, I guess. My first stream was in November of 2019. Right? Yeah, November 11th. November 11th, 2019.
Body of Annie Chapman.
It's suspected that the rings were taken. I doubt anyone who subscribed. Actually, no, you couldn't subscribe in November because I wasn't an affiliate. It'll be in December.
By the Ripper to be kept as trophy.
Yeah, I had a Disrespect the Troops live stream where I streamed Destiny, actually. Destiny 2. And it barely worked because I had a shit computer.
Now, upon his death in 1903, Tomlety left behind a quite impressive estate. But among his many valuable possessions were a pair of inexpensive imitation rings. Could they have been the same rings taken from the body of Chapman? It's possible. It's also impossible to prove.
We didn't have that many viewers. It's hard to get people to change
Chief Inspector
websites.
John Littlechild regarded Tomlety as a, quote, very likely suspect. And it's not difficult to see why. If the many rumors about them are to be believed, Tumblety had both opportunity and motive to commit the murders. But therein lies the problem. Much of what we know about Tumblety is founded upon unsubstantiated rumors. Tumblety himself was an attention-seeking charlatan with no qualms about lies and deception. With a suspect like that, one can never be certain where the lies end and the truth begins. To theorize about the identity of Jack the Ripper is to navigate a minefield of hearsay, sophistries, and contradictions. Entire encyclopedias have been dedicated to the compilation of suspects, and with every passing year, they seem to grow ever more expansive. Even though there are hundreds of...
Thank you, Ace Degenerate, for my... Thank you, Liv. This stream has helped me get a kiss on the cheek from a cute trans girl I met in the climbing gym. That's such a dub. Wow, this stream, I really do good work with this stream.
Potential suspects. Only a dozen or so are worth more than a brief consideration. Some of the more sensational contenders include famous authors and...
That's what subscribing to the Liv Agar stream gets you. Is a kiss on the cheek from a cute trans girl. Many are saying this.
As well as high-ranking officers and members of the royal family. But these grand conspiracies and elaborate deceptions...
Your Discord server created a polycule of 3 lesbians living together. We love to see it.
...seem hopelessly contrived against the sheer simplicity of a suspect like Charles Lechmere, an unassuming delivery man on his way to work. Personally, I remain unconvinced that Jack the Ripper has even been identified as a suspect.
Yeah,
the few covered in this video are probable candidates, but it's still possible to make persuasive arguments against them. The same is true of all those left out by necessity. None of them can offer anything more than ambiguity and circumstance. With a suspect pool in the hundreds, that might seem improbable, but London was the largest city in the world, home to the largest port in the world. It was a city of millions, with a large population of poorly documented drifters. It's not difficult to imagine one lowly sailor, butcher, medic, soldier, barber, merchant, porter, clerk, blending into the slums of Whitechapel like a grain of sand.
Yeah, there's no way they fucking know who he is. That was great. It's a very good video from Let Me Know. Increasing quality. Oh yeah, his first video, we watched this, didn't we? Like top 10 Rage comics, week 7. You tip, you can mute the video if the music gets too annoying. It's a banger. Alright, well, we don't have to. I think I'm done. It's been 6 hours. Go follow the Discord. It'll go ping you when I go live, and there's cool people. Apparently, someone met their significant other through it, I think, is what they said. Also, go listen to my new YouTube video. I'm not a bread tuber. It's an hour long, and it's on Nietzsche and ContraPoints. Go watch it, and go watch it for a long time, because the longer you watch it, the better it does in the algorithms. Not a bread tuber. Don't care what you say. I can't hear you. Is Proletaire streaming? We can raid Proletaire. Alright, goodbye. I'll see you on Friday, I guess. When do I stream next? Okay, goodbye.